Oh, there we go. Now we're live streaming. Wonderful. All right. I am going to,
Not quite.
we're all good. All right. One moment, please. Let's see. It is not letting me do what I need to do. So give me one quick second. Thank you for your patience. There we go. All right, we're going to start it. Kathy, you can hear it okay? Okay.
Yes.
That was a
Well,
beautiful
good
video.
morning, everyone, and welcome to the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour. This is the second day of our virtual tour. It's the 21st annual tour and our 6th online tour. And we're so happy that you can join us. So as people are getting settled, and let me begin by thanking the team that has made this possible. I want to start with my husband. Why don't you drift into my screen, Mike? You'll probably see Mike during the day, helping me with my audio visuals. Usually when I'm looking kind of panicky. I'd like to introduce Jessica Dickinson Goodman, who's our Zoom Czarina for the 5th year now. She is actually with us from Virginia. So thank you, Jessica, for being with us again today.
Thank you for having me.
Um, I won't tell the toad story again, but like this, Jessica saw this toad last year right before the garden tour, so I had to put it up here. My dream is to see a toad in my garden one day. Oh, Stefanie, you didn't get a screen on here today. So I'd like to introduce my friend, Stefanie Pruegel. Um, Stefanie will be giving a talk today right after this. She's a fantastic gardener, dear friend, excellent presenter. So thank you, Stefanie, for being with us again today.
Great to be here.
All right. So I'd like to thank now our the team that has made this event possible. Jessica for being our Zoom Czarina. Our garden ambassadors are Chris Conrad, Larry Holes, Sundong Kwong, Sandra Neville-Lee, Stefanie Pruegel, and Stephanie Ray. And bits and pieces of them will be online all day today. So feel free and pop any questions that you have into the chat. Let us know, who you are and where you're from, and if you have any questions. I'd like to thank John Timothy for doing the post-production work for this tour for the 4th year in a row, and also for all of his help with fundraising and moral support. And it's really been a pleasure to have worked with John. I'd like to thank the videographers. So Mike Azevedo made the video that you saw this morning and also yesterday's video, and he's helped us so much over the last year with our audio visuals with the conference that we held. So really grateful to Mike. I'd like to thank Ellyce Morgan, who made the video for Leslie Buck's talk on pruning yesterday. And you'll find her at ellycemoselle.com if you're interested in getting some help with your video work. And I'd like to thank map maker Stefanie McKenna for making our maps again this year. You'll see them in about April the 20th or so. I'll email the maps out, and she made the beautiful maps that you saw last year, and she's working on this year's maps, and she just does a fantastic job. So I feel very lucky to have found her. I'd like to thank our major funders, without which the tour couldn't be held. The Alameda County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, the Contra Costa Clean Water Program, and the Contra Costa Water District have funded the tour since its inception in 2005. And I'm grateful for their continued belief in this program and for providing the funding that makes it possible to hold this event. I'd like to thank these funders, the Alameda County Fish and Game Commission. An anonymous donor has offered a $1,000 challenge grant, which I really appreciate. The East Bay chapter of the California Native Plant Society has been a continued and stalwart funder for the tour for many years now, and the Contra Costa County Fish and Wild Committee, as well as these sponsors. And all the sponsors and I hope that you'll help the birds and the bees and butterflies by eliminating pesticide use in your gardens. None of the gardens that you'll see this weekend or on the in-person tour use any pesticides. You'll keep yourself, your children, and your pets safer by gardening without the use of toxic chemicals. So the in-person Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour will take place on Saturday and Sunday, May 3rd and 4th, 2025. And one registration covers you for both the online and the in-person tour. There are 52 gardens on the in-person tour this year. 33 gardens on the Bayside area from Pinole to Newark will be open on Saturday, May the 3rd. And 19 gardens from Martinez to Livermore, including Moraga and Lafayette area, will be open on Sunday, May 4th. There's a nice cluster in Orinda this year. There's 4 gardens in Orinda and 1 in Lafayette. An email with a link to the addresses and maps for the gardens will be sent out about the 20th of April. And please check your spam box if you don't receive this email. Today's program is being recorded and it will be posted on the tour's YouTube channel. You can subscribe to the channel to be notified when new videos are posted. So our agenda for this morning, we'll start out with a talk from Stefanie Pruegel on how she converted her garden from an ecological desert to a wildlife habitat. You can see Stefanie's garden and meet her and tour her fully electrified home on Saturday, May 3rd, 2025. Her talk will be followed by a presentation from Chief Colin Arnold, who's with the Berkeley Fire Department, and he is the wildland urban interface. That's his area of expertise. We're very grateful to have him with us, and his talk will be followed by a talk by Jennifer Dirking on fire-resistant native plants. At noon, there'll be a presentation, a video on how Lois Simonds of Gardening with Nature's Design converted a lawn into a beautiful native plant garden in Walnut Creek. And then there'll be a talk, Gardening for Bees by Susan Karasoff. She's a native bee expert, and I'm really looking forward to that presentation. And we'll end with a presentation by Erin Deem on how to make your windows safe for birds and why it's important and how to apply markers that will prevent birds from crashing into your windows. And we have feather-friendly markers on our windows, so I hope that you stay with us and watch that. We'll be asking speakers and hosts to answer questions after their presentation, if there's time, and then to join you online and respond to your questions in the chat after the presentation is over. So if you have any comments or questions, you can type them into YouTube and Zoom. I forgot to ask yesterday for people to fill out the evaluation. So if you attended yesterday, there's an evaluation for the Saturday program. And if you're with us today, I hope that you will fill out the evaluation so that we know what you enjoyed and what seemed to work and what didn't for you. Also, if you haven't had the chance yet to make a donation, it takes a year to put on these tours, and it takes funding to be able to put them on. We've been offered a $1,000 challenge grant by an anonymous donor. You can support the tour by donating on the tour's garden page on the Please Donate section with your credit card, or through Venmo at Bringing Back the Natives, and the phone number digits are 7048, or you can mail a check to the garden tour, and the address is here, or you'll find it online under Contact Me. And donations of $500 or more are now tax deductible, thanks to a partnership with the Golden Gate Bird Alliance. You can email the tour or call for details. If you send funding through the Alliance, please do be sure and note that those funds are to be applied to the garden tour's account. All right, so I hope that you enjoy this weekend's tour, and let's get started now. So Stefanie is a dear friend and colleague, and she has made a number of great presentations on how she converted her 2 large lawns in San Leandro into beautiful native plant gardens. As you're watching, remember you can visit her garden and her fully electrified home on Saturday, May the 3rd. If you want to hear more about her electrified home or other presentations on the garden, you can visit her page on the tour's Bringing Back the Native Garden Tour's website. She's in San Leandro, and you'll find a number of resources that Stefanie has put up. So Stefanie, let me turn it over to you.
Wonderful.
Let me
Thanks,
stop
Kathy.
sharing
Let
so you
me
can.
pull up
Okay.
my presentation. Go play from the start. So as Cassie said, I'm in San Leandro. I'd love for people to come by on May 3rd. Today I'm going to talk not about my electrification, but I will show it off all on May 3rd. So if you're interested in that, check out my videos or come by in person. So today I want to talk about the landscaping. And I've been gardening in San Leandro since 2016. And my goal was really to turn something that was pretty much lost to nature, just like weedy lawn, into wildlife habitat. Because it feels like we're losing so much habitat. And it's always about protecting habitat, but giving back, like creating new habitat. That's where I feel like the real empowerment lies. And I really feel like that's totally within reach. And we can all do that. And I really embrace, if you build it, they will come. It was really true for me and very life-changing. And I did basically from scratch, like there was sort of this blank slate, just like lawn. But that doesn't mean you can't slowly incorporate natives into your existing yard. Doesn't mean you have to get rid of all non-natives. Anything 70% natives or up is great and super effective. So this is just my story. There's a lot of other ways to help nature with natives. So here we are in March 2016. This is actually before I had even bought the property, but you can see it's a corner lot. It's like 6,000 square feet, fairly small house, just 900 square feet. So all the rest, the backyard, the side yard, front yard, all basically kind of neglected lawn. So I sheet mulched, and the very first plant I put in here in front is a coast live oak. And those of us familiar with keystone species, like the kind of native plants that are sort of the powerhouses, because they support sort of the maximum number of butterflies and moths as host plants. So the caterpillars eat the plant leaves. Oaks are really up there. So it was really nice to plant this oak as my first plant. And I want to make a comment about what you see here. It looks like a stick with bushy branches. It doesn't look like a tree. They tend to get really like lollipopped, where they're young, but the stem's really bare because the branches are being taken off. And to grow a really healthy tree, it's much better to keep the branches on. I learned this from arborists early on, and I'm really grateful I kept them on. So for the first few years, that tree looked kind of like an awkward teenager with sort of, you see it here just a few years later, in 2018, and not really like a tree, branches sticking out in all directions, but super healthy. So just give it some patience, and I'll show the tree what it looks like now a little later. So as you can see, plants are still pretty young, but I planted right after this sheet mulching, and so only 2 years, less than 2 years into it, I already had this pretty thriving garden, and this is just the front yard. I'm going to point out a few plants here that I put in. So California poppy, super easy. It actually can become a bit invasive. I had bought just like a couple at a nursery, and within the first couple of years, they just spread. The seeds go everywhere. So eventually you'll find yourself pulling a lot, but they're also so cheerful and just exuberant and super popular with insects. Also Salvia bee's bliss. It's a low-growing kind of Sonoma sage that blooms in, as you see here in April. Right now is when that's in full bloom. I planted different kinds of coyote bush. Here's a ground cover that stays low, nice to suppress weeds, slowly grows into sort of a larger mat. I also really love the woolly sunflower, Areophyllum, and that gets like a foot roughly tall. And oops, it's jumping ahead. I wanted to show you the seaside daisy, but you see it a little close up here at the corner. So the that light purple, nice patch of flowers there is a seaside daisy, Erigeron, and it'll spread slowly. So this was from a 1 gallon plant, and in the second year had like almost 2 foot diameter. Is the seaside daisy. Also really love deer grass. Those are native bunch grasses. They get pretty tall, like when they're grown up, they easily get like 3 feet in diameter with the flower stalks, sometimes 5 feet tall. Here they are in their like second or third year, I believe. Yes, that's woolly sunflower again, very cheerful, nice drifts. I also had these side strips. So they looked really awful. You see them on the left, and then cars would park there, and it was muddy, and they get all rutted out, and water would collect, and it was sort of like straggly grass. but I turned them into planting strips and kind of signals that there's no parking with these large rocks. I'm really a fan of moss rocks. They're obviously pretty heavy. I had to hire people to move them, but they just look cool. They make your yard look more natural, like you're on a hike or something. And in this case, they're also really functional because it's very clear there's no more parking. And I'm super thrilled to report that eventually the city actually made that side of the road no parking. They put in a no parking sign. It was always too narrow to park. So, but it felt like I now really had it sort of reclaimed for nature and for my native plants. And this is what it looks like right now. Those big moss rocks actually almost drown in this sea of, let's see here, the bee's bliss. It's like 1, 2 feet tall, so it's nice and low that it doesn't, get too tall for cars to see around the corner. Let's see, what else do I have? And on the other side, I have coast buckwheat. I'm a big fan of buckwheat. It really thrives in my yard for some reason. It has formed this thick mat on the other side of the walkway. And I had a lot of weeds right after sheet mulching, especially bindweed. A lot of you might be familiar with that. And both the bee's bliss and the coast buckwheat, along with just persistent pulling weeds, has crowded out the bindweed really well. The other reason I love buckwheat is that it's such a great, it's also a keystone species and such a great habitat plant. So here you see it. I want to say this is maybe, it blooms sort of June through early September maybe. This is the coast buckwheat. It's kind of cream, slight pinkish flower, and just sort of this whole bed here in flower and buzzing with pollinators. It's also a really great host plant for a number of butterflies. Here it is. One really beautiful butterfly I saw on it was this buckeye. This butterfly is getting nectar right now. It's not the buckeyes, caterpillars do not feed on buckwheat, but the Acmon blue and a lot of those little blue other little blue butterflies, they need the buckwheat for a host plant. So since I put in the buckwheat, I've seen those Acmon blues a lot more. Here it is on a manzanita, but the larva was growing up on a diet of buckwheat and other host plants. Um, this is in the side yard, and I just want to show you how quickly. I mean, it's really sort of instant gratification. I was kind of surprised to see how quickly these many of these plants filled in. I mean, obviously, there's plants you try out, and when I started out, I really was by no means an expert on native plants. I tried a lot of stuff. I worked with a landscape designer, and we're just like putting things in, and some I don't grow anymore because they didn't thrive, and others I've planted more of because they're really happy. And some of those really happy plants you see here. There is, for example, let's see here if I can get my names to slide in. I think I went one too far. Let me go one back. Maybe I don't have that. Oh, here. Yeah, so front right, you see a flannel bush. It's just so tropical looking, has these big yellow flowers. They're like 3 inches in diameter. It blooms right now all over. Flannel bushes has sort of like fuzzy, like the name says, sort of prickly stuff on it. It's irritable to skin, so you want to plant it where you don't brush against it a lot. This one's in a corner, so that's not really a problem for me. And it's just such a beautiful tree, especially in combination with the ceanothus you see there in the back. Let me pull in all these other guys, frosty blue. So ceanothus comes in a lot of sizes, sort of bushes, upright, more tree-like. This is like, I want to say, at least 12 feet tall at this point. But there are all kinds of shapes and sizes. There's ground covers, there's smaller ones. So you'll be able to find something for your yard. I also really love the manzanitas. I have a variety of them. Here's the Dr. Hurd. It's just one of the cultivars. Just shout out to Pete where you're in at East Bay Wilds in Oakland. Great nursery, and especially for manzanitas. Also have coyote bush, great habitat plants, not super showy, but you just plant it sort of in sort of the back area, mix it in with other plants. And another one of my favorites is the mountain mahogany here. So all these plants are actually they're well taller than me, and it's just amazing to see how quickly they've grown. And here's a little video of that frosty blue ceanothus. This is from 2022, but right now it looks just the same. It's covered in bees, and it's just such a riot. Here, watch this. I think you can hear the buzzing. Lots of bumblebees, and they do the buzz pollination where they literally they sort of vibrate on the flowers. There's little hummingbird dashing in and out. And that's how they get the nectar. They get it to sort of like drop right out of the pollen out of the flower. So you can tell, you know, this is definitely one of my favorite plants of a lot of them. Here's a honeybee on it. And it's funny, it was like the honeybee was one of the pollinators that actually held still for a moment so I could take a picture. You see the big lump of pollen she's collected here. But there's a lot of bumblebees and other native bees. I've seen mason bees and masked bees. And after I didn't know much about bees, but it's cool to see them and then look up what they are, and you'll find a lot of variety in your yard pretty soon after planting natives. We're back here over to the corner where I planted that oak. You remember that sort of like, scraggly looking little tree. And in 2022, Cassie had a friend with a drone, and he came over, actually a couple, and took a few drone video shots. And I want to share this one because it shows my oak a few years after I planted it. And it just shows you how tall it's gotten. I want to say it's now mm, definitely quite a bit taller than the house, 15 feet, something like that. I love that tree. So you can see this sort of bird's eye view with that ceanothus we just took a look at, and another one sort of toward the front of the house. And the den.
Before you go
Yeah.
on from this video, could you pause at the very first scene because it shows a piece of your Netafim irrigation and somebody has asked what watering system you installed. So at the beginning of the video, like before you started your video.
So let me just rewind real quick.
Yeah, so go to the video where you just were.
Oh, the bumblebee video?
No, the drone video, right where you were, right?
Oh,
To
okay.
the video before you started it. And I saw a bit of your ceanothus line there.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, so would you mind talking about your irrigation?
Yeah, so here you guys see this brown line going through. This is in what's called inline drip irrigation. Typically is brown. Often the drip irrigation has black plastic, and every foot spaced out, there's a built-in emitter. So it doesn't, unlike the regular or what they call point-to-point drip line, where like a small line mini hose goes out from the main drip line. This is integrated, which is nice because it's far less prone to breakage and leaks. So I have this mostly in the front yard. It's almost like a grid. Typically the Netafim is the brand, but the inline drip spouter, I want to say it's less than an inch in diameter. But it's often laid out in a grid pattern because you don't put little mini hoses to individual plants. You kind of moisten the whole area. The idea is that you deep water. In the summer, I still put this on, although my plants are pretty mature and many don't need irrigation anymore. But you put it on maybe every 2 weeks, maybe even once a month. And my cycles are such that it really goes in deep. So San Leandro, like a lot of places around the Bay Area, we have clay soil, or there's a lot of clay in the soil. So that means the water doesn't quickly go deep. It takes time to go deep. So if you give it a lot of water in short time, it'll just go wide. It'll just build this puddle. So you want to drip really slowly. Mine has half-gallon emitters, which means over the course of 1 hour, a half-gallon drips out of each of those little holes that are 1 foot spaced apart. So you let that run. I think my cycles are oof, I think maybe a half hour. And then I wait so that water can really sink in. And then I do another round of a half hour. I mean, you can set it on your controller so that that second batch pushes it downward. So just if you do any kind of drip, you want to make sure the water goes down deep. So the way to do that is to have multiple cycles and shorter, like deeper watering, less often, but then have it go deeper.
Thank you. And I'm just going to spell it
Yeah.
because it's such an odd name. It's net, like I'm going to throw a net over your head. It's NET FIM, net of FIM, oddest name ever. And you can purchase it at the Urban Farmer in Richmond. Okay.
Yeah. And obviously I hired somebody to put this in. I'm not a irrigation expert, and I did have, I'll say this up front, I'm not really addressing irrigation in this presentation. Super happy to talk about it, and also in the chat. I don't see the chat right now, and I'm happy to stay on later to answer more questions. I do no longer have it in the backyard. I have very large rainwater catchment tanks in the backyard that I'm not really showing in this video. Would love for you guys to come out and see them in person. Um, and I hand water in the back. And once your yard is more mature, I mean, we know that the first 2 years you do, especially during the summer, have to water young plants either with drip or hand water. But the more mature plants like ceanothus, manzanita, oak, buckwheats, fuchsia, grasses. There's a lot of them. Zero water in my yard. There's others that I do hand water with my rainwater over the course of the summer, just to keep them a little more lush. Like an example would be the seaside daisy that you see now in this picture is not blooming, but in front of the woolly sunflower. If you give those a little more summer water, they just bloom a little more, they look a little fresher. They wouldn't die without. They would just kind of like, just like in, in in the hills, they would just shrivel away and come back when the rain comes again. So that's sort of how I use rainwater now, and irrigation in general. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. We watched this, and here, so we saw that drone video of my oak that I'm so thrilled is quite tall now, and this is from the inside, and it's kind of like, gnarly with the branches, and it's, if I had poodle puffed it or like lollipopped it early on, it wouldn't have those strong side branches. So I think it just looks super cool here from the inside too. And this tree is just always full of birds. Like I walk out there and I hear a lot of chirping. And this is great segue for me to talk about birds. Because before I started, it was all like this weedy lawn in the back, and I'd be looking and what birds would I see? And there were a couple birds, were like these two. It was the Eurasian collared dove. So not a native, and also not a native is the old world house sparrow. We have a lot of them here. They came over from Europe, and they don't really, they are very adapted to living in sort of, human-made environment. But what happened when I put in native plants, I got so many native birds, and I'm gonna show you. These are not pictures I took because you'd have to get close up to these birds, but this is just a small pick of birds that are year-round. Those are resident birds. They stay here year-round and that I see all the time, for example, in this oak tree. So there's the chestnut-backed chickadee. There's lots of house finches. So many hummingbirds. It's so fun to watch. I have the Buick's wren or biwigs, I never know how to pronounce that, that are a little more on the ground. You see it in the picture, sort of on the in the lower area of your yard. You'll find that birds sort of have their favorite areas where they hang out. And then the kind of bossy scrub jays, more like in the tops of the trees. And there's many more. There's bush tits. There's so many more year-round, like the towhees, the robins, the northern flickers. So really amazing how these birds have come in over the last years. And even more exciting are these migratory birds. So these guys are here only for a limited time, usually arriving around September. They leave right around now. I still see some, the hermit thrush. I still see the golden and white crowned sparrows, but I think they're on their way north now. They wouldn't nest here. They go up north for the most part. I'm not the migration expert. That's one thing I'm trying to learn more about. This is the only picture out of these that I took. I'm super thrilled. This little Townsend's warbler, it's just so cool looking, and was just outside my window. And another very tropic looking one is the hooded oriole. So these guys are regular visitors now, and part of why this is so much fun. And I'd recommend you see my window here to the top left, and this is a fountain slash bird bath. Have it where you often sit so you can see them, because the water source, super important to have. That's kind of the best spot to see birds. And that's actually where I saw the hooded oriole for the very first time. And I was just like, what is that? Like super yellow, tropical bird. What's going on? I had to look it up. I, use the Merlin app to identify sounds and then try to figure out what the birds are that I heard here. And this one here, it's a juvenile, it's a young hooded oriole, and you see sort of the beak still has that sort of white stuff on around it, so what young birds have. And that was sitting right by my window, and a native sort of a chaparral clematis is the vine it's sitting on. So super excited to see that little guy. Taking you back to when I started, and this is the backyard now. We've looked at the front and side yard. So this backyard, big blank slate. There's a few non-native trees in the back that I actually kept. You see how I'm sheet mulching with the cardboard and the wood chips on top. And here finally labored away and did all the wood chips. And I'm showing you this picture because at that point, I found it really intimidating to look out on this big area. Now you're like, and now what, right? Now I want to plant these natives, and I want to make this sort of a place where I also enjoy hanging out. And one thing that helped me, and of course I worked with a landscape designer, is to structure it a little bit. Like think about the area where you want hardscape, which means, say, a patio or a flagstone path or anything. You figure out where you want to walk, where you want to spend time. And to me, that was really helpful to structure the different rooms, if you will, in the backyard. So you see here, I have a patio that's close to the house, and I have a flagstone path that goes toward the back. And I've decided that the back area, I want to make this as dense and wild as possible, because that is really what birds need. And the front, maybe a little more, tame, and so it's more for entertaining, for hanging out myself. And you see here these snaking black hose-looking things. So that's the tubing from the drip irrigation in the back. That was point-to-point drip. So unlike the Netafim we just talked about, this black drip line, again, it's under an inch standard width, and has little quarter-inch mini hoses that go out at different points, and they would point to say, these are two manzanitas here to the manzanita, and get, feed sort of custom feed. But once my plans were established, and there were just a lot of leaks with this, I didn't really love the irrigation. I have now taken it out. So this is 2017. I don't have it anymore. I only hand water some plants, and most are established and don't need watering. But only the drought tolerant would do that. Here's a view out of my living room, stepping out into the garden. And this was also just a few years after I sheet mulched and already filling in quite a bit. And I want to point out this little gangly looking, whatever this is. This is an elderberry, blue elderberry. I have several of them and I really love them. They grow really fast, so it's very instant gratification. And they are such great bird magnets. So here you see it in the foreground, rich with berries. I don't harvest them. I don't think they're particularly yummy, but the birds love them, and especially the house finch. So lots of birds come and munch on these berries, and it's just I really love elderberries, so recommend that. Here's another view that features these deer grass, bunch grasses that I like a lot. Also, showy penstemon. I'm going to say I do not have that anymore. I want to say this was around 2020. They're short-lived. They're super showy, but then they go away. So be prepared that some of your plants will just not live forever. The deer grass, however, that is just there to stay, and it just looks so dramatic in the light. I just really love that. And then back, I also have sagebrush. It smells really good. It's kind of like that more silvery look, nice contrast with some of the juicier greens. And another favorite of mine is the California sunflower. Sorry, I'm not doing a whole lot of botanical names here, but because there's so many sunflowers out there, this is the Ensalia. Sometimes there's a variety called brittlebush, and it blooms in, sort of in winter, spring, like kind of almost year round. So that's really neat. And it's also a really good pollinator plant. Here's an orange sulfur butterfly getting nectar on a flower. And it also feeds the caterpillars. So here's a little, I think they're called, yeah, geometer moths. I had to look this up. And especially on the flowers, I think I just don't often see them. Here I spotted it, and it was really cool to see. So another view into the backyard here, Carpinteria in the front, bush anemone. There's more penstemon, the foothill penstemon. That's a low-growing one. It's really nice to have at the border, like right around where I have my sort of have dinner out in the beautiful garden, and then the penstemons in bloom. It's really neat. This is from sort of the back of the yard. You see in the front the coast buckwheat. Oops, I didn't have my labels here. And the red ones are the fuchsia. So this is late in the summer where the California fuchsia is just blooming profusely. It's really beautiful. Here's that flagstone path I showed you early on, and it leads to another little hidden mini patio in the back. And this is just a great spot. It's in that dense area. I shared with you guys that this is where I grow more like densely and messier and more for the birds. And I just love hanging out there. So pretending to do work here with my computer, but really not getting much done because I was distracted by all the beautiful Cleveland sage. Gets really tall, by the way, more than I expected. This is like 5 feet at least, or sometimes even taller. But it's great for insects. I was sitting there. I was actually that day I took that picture, and I'm like, oh my God, that's like this Western tiger swallowtail. And I managed to get like a pretty close-up picture of it. Also of this yellow-faced bumblebee. This is like the biggest bumblebees I think we have, or I guess carpenter bees are bigger. It was quite a big one. Here's a brush pile I have in my back corner. I used some of the chopped up or like just branches and things I was taking out that are great to create habitat. And there's like these slender salamanders that I don't disturb it, but when I look, they're there. So really cool to make some habitat for amphibians. Here's a almost hard to see a little ruby-crowned warbler hopping about in the shrubbery. Here it is close up with the ruby crown. And I want to highlight the chaparral mallow. It's not a very neat plant. It spreads a lot, but it makes a great screen. And the reason I show it right now is that when you look up close, you see, on the right, you see this tiny little caterpillar. making small, super acceptable little holes. And I think that's what the birds that hop around in those in the shrubbery, that's what they're after. That's what they're looking for. It's great to discover all this insect activity. Here's a California aster and has these like very neat round bites taken out of it. And the same ones you can see on my bee plant here. And I researched it. Turns out it's a leaf cutter bee. This is not my photo, but this is what happens. The bee cuts out a little piece of leaf and takes it to its nest. Super cool. Here's another quick video just to show you the variety of bees. I mean, look at this. This is a bee. It's like iridescent, beautiful green. It's a sweat bee. This is on a Grindelia gum plant. And I think, Kathy, we only have a few minutes left, but I want to show you, this is sort of a story I want to share with you. This was last fall, I want to say October maybe. I'm sitting out in the sort of sun. It had recently rained, and this is sort of a little creek bed I made for my rainwater to kind of funnel into where I don't capture it in my tanks. And I'm looking over, and there's like this cloud, glistening cloud, like sort of like sparkling, and I'm like, what's going on there? I'm going over there, and I find like hundreds of these little insects. You see them here with these silvery big wings. Turns out they are termites. Now, that's not good news, right? Who wants to hear about termites? They eat wood in your foundation, but their wood eating habit, that's a really important part of ecology in nature, where they break down wood and make the nutrients available to the soil and other animals. And they have this habit, I researched this, so they're subterranean termites, and once a year, a generation of winged termites leaves the colony, and they're in search of mates, and only a few make it. So a few of them mate and do a new colony somewhere, and they're really bad flyers, and they only live for like a day or so, and they all like flutter up. And so I see this like silvery cloud, and I'm like, wow, what's this? And then I see a bunch of here, alates is what they're called, the flying termites, once a year. And I see some 5 or 6 dragonflies, like seriously out of nowhere. They appear, and they just go back and forth overhead, and they're like 3 inch in diameter, pretty substantial. Here's one that I saw in my yard on a different day. And they're just like snatching these termites and just making short work of them. And they're really good flyers. They can fly back and forth because they can control their wings like one at a time. It's like the only insect that can do that. And so they're like feasting on these poor termites. And if that wasn't enough, this is it's called a flame skimmer dragonfly, this particular one. There's a California thrasher. This is not my picture, but super cool bird, like about a foot long, pretty big, has this characteristic beak. And he pops out and is just getting in on the action, and just like here he is. It's just like the alates that weren't even worse flyers than the others, and they were on the ground. He's just like snatching them up in short order, having a great time. And this was just such a cool scene, and shows you the ecosystem that you're building when you plant natives. It was just such a magical moment for me. All right, Kathy, how are we doing?
We're doing good. You know what? I'd love to hear about your birdhouses. We have like 4 minutes. What do you
Okay.
the birdhouses?
I added a few things here because I would love to have more birds nest in my yard. I don't know, there may be nests, maybe I don't see them, but I want to share that some of the common birds, these 3 small birds, they are cavity nesters, so they would accept a birdhouse. There's so many birds that wouldn't even, you can put up all you want and they wouldn't go into them. But these 3 are open to birdhouses, and I researched a little bit. You can buy them commercially. You want to make sure there's certain aspects that you meet with these. So You want natural wood, no weird materials, and a door that opens so you can clean it out because a bird wouldn't go in if there was one still a nest from a previous clutch. And in this case, for this is roughly the dimensions, 6 by 6 and about 8 inches tall. So fairly small birdhouses. They vary a bit. I don't think it super matters. What does matter is the size of the entrance hole. So for these three birds, the chickadees, the titmice, and the wrens, you don't want it to be more than 1.25 inches. And the reason for that is that you want to keep something like sparrows out. Sparrows would actually, they would fit in if it's a wider hole, and they would kick out the eggs or eat them, or just raid the birdhouse. So that's important. And I went kind of nuts. I got a whole bunch. I bought them on Etsy. Somebody made them pretty cheap, and I put them all over the place. Height, can't really figure out. It says between 5 and 10 feet. So I put them in different heights. You want to make sure, number one, that it's safe from predators. I put it in places where I think, oh, these outdoor cats that my neighbors sort of, they come into my yard, can't get there. So here's one mounted on the side of my house. Avoid full sun, part shade is ideal. Here's one on the left that I put on like a post that's like, I don't know, 6, 8 feet tall. One near my French doors here up under the roof because I saw some chickadees poke around there. I put one into my beloved oak, and then one lower one for the wrens because they're like a little lower on the ground by my window, also because I wanted to be able to see what's going on possibly. And here are some really crap videos, but they show a little bit what's happening. So I was so thrilled to see actually a little wren. Here she is in the coyote bush, and now she's gonna come over. And I'm filming this all like from my room, and she's got a little bit of bedding material, not a whole lot. And she's like looking around. In a moment, she's gonna find the hole and go in. And she's been doing this several days. I've seen her in and out. That's not a guarantee she'll move in. I've seen these birds check out different bird houses, and they may or may not move in. But I thought, oh, what if I provide some nesting materials just to, make it easier for them? And just for you, if you want to do this, make sure you do not use dryer lint or human hair where birds could get tangled up in any synthetic materials. But good stuff is like what they find in nature, like they do like plant fluff is really nice. You see a milkweed seed bud here on the right, and it's really soft and fluffy. Animal fur, cats and dogs works pretty well. Natural fiber, just short pieces so they don't get tangled. So I put up my friend's dog Cleo sheds a lot, so I put up a little bunch of dog hair here, and it's near my window where I can watch it. And here is what happened. So here's this chickadee, and it's pretty blurry. Sorry about that. But he's just going to town on that dog here. And he was just like loading up. I mean, this is just, he kept doing this. The video will stop in a moment, but he had loads of it and he took off with it. I have no idea where or if it was even to any of my birdhouses, but it was just fun to watch and know that I'm part of this nesting activity right now. So this was literally a couple of days ago. Oh, well, I think I should stop, Kathy. I have more about my pipeline, but I
Probably
think,
we should so we can stay on time. I want to say that was just a fantastic presentation, Stefanie. Thank you so much.
yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, I think I'll be around and look at the chat and answer any questions that I see there.
Yeah. So Stefanie's Garden is open on Saturday, May 3rd. It's one of my favorite gardens on the tour. I've seen them all, maybe 400 gardens, and I love Stefanie's Garden. It's beautiful and charming and livable and simple. It seems doable, like by a normal human being. I know you had some help with design, but you've also just done a lot on your own. And if you want to see a lovely, great garden for wildlife, you should visit Stefanie's Garden.
I'd love to see you all here in person. Anyway, I'll be answering chat questions.
Okay. I want to just answer one question here for everybody, and that was why not dryer lint? And dryer lint has a lot of cotton, and cotton stays wet and cold. So birds, you wouldn't want birds taking material that once it gets wet is going to stay wet and cold next to their eggs and their chicks. So it's only like natural, not dryer lint is what we use. Okay,
I didn't even know that. That's awesome. Thank you, Kathy. All right.
okay. All right, so Colin, welcome. Let's see, what's going to happen now? Am I sharing? Who's sharing?
I think I'm sharing on this one, Kathy.
Okay, you got it. So let me welcome you, Chief Arnold from the Berkeley Fire Department. And I'm delighted to have Chief Arnold with us this morning. Chief Arnold is Assistant Chief directing the Wildland Urban Interface Division of the Berkeley Fire Department. And after his presentation, Jennifer Dirking will be giving a talk on fire-resistant native plants. And I know a lot of people are eager to hear what you have to say. So we've allocated quite a bit of time for this topic. We have 40 minutes in all. So listeners, please type your questions into Zoom or YouTube, and we'll answer them when the presentation is over. So let me turn it over to you, Chief Arnold.
Thanks, Kathy. And just to make sure you're looking at the main screen there with the very ominous title.
I am. You're all set.
Cool. Thanks. Hey, thanks everybody. It's a pleasure to be here today. I want to thank Kathy for inviting me today, and we've partnered on a couple of things, and excited to be able to give back to this effort too. So as she mentioned, my name is Colin Arnold. I'm an assistant fire chief with the city of Berkeley in the Wildland Urban Interface Division, where I've been for about a year, and we are focused primarily on preventing loss from wildfire, as well as developing strategies and operational guidelines for making sure that we can be as effective as possible. But one of the things that's really come up in the last year that we've really been focusing on is the area immediately around your home, which this being a native garden presentation and what we can do in and around our homes, it does seem to relate. I did take a couple of liberties with the title of this presentation, but I hope that it is indeed something that can be helpful for you regardless of where you live. There's going to be a mild departure from the rest of the presentations for a few minutes as we talk a little bit about fire safety, but I promise that I'll bring it back home to what you can do about wildfire when you're making choices about the vegetative landscape around your home. One thing that I want to add is that we just finished meeting with the UC Botanical Garden this week, and it introduced a new sort of flavor to the work that we do. And a lot of times we've been focused on how the vegetative landscape affects your home and can or cannot contribute to the fire risk around your home. But the other important thing that UC Berkeley really sort of helped us pivot on is that the vegetative landscape itself may be the thing you're trying to protect, not only for the investment that you're making with the garden around your home, but also for the wildlife that depends on and benefits from that garden. So hopefully there's a few things that can help you here. So this photo shows burn scars from a specific tree that experienced fire about every 10 years, and that ended around the turn of the century. That last burn scar is in 1889. And that's when we systematically began to exclude fire from the landscape. While the fire problem we face today is partially a result of climate change, it's also a result of this systematic exclusion of fire for over 100 years. This, along with our development into fire-prone areas of the state, including the East Bay Hills, has led to a substantial increase in the available fuel for a fire to burn. As the climate warms, it pulls more moisture from fuel, making it more dry and increasing its ignition potential. And as the rainy season continues to compress, we have tinder-dry fuel conditions, which are easily ignitable, that are overlapping with high wind events in the winter and spring that didn't previously pose an ignition risk. Combine this with the fact that we've continued to build in areas that were naturally dependent on wildfire, or as we call them, fire-dependent landscape, and we have a bit of a challenge in front of us. I pulled this graph because I think they relate. One thing that happened in the 40s and 50s is that California experienced a fairly wet period through that time, and it made California look like a lush landscape that was a wonderful place to live, and it is a wonderful place to live. But as you can see from that upper graph, that the dry seasons and the wet seasons are cyclical. We have periods of wet years, and then we have periods of drought. And I don't know whether this actually correlates with the number of housing permits that we've pulled since the 40s or 50s. But you can see that those waves sort of continue along. And one thing that we're dealing with, I think, in California is we're coming to the realization that a lot of this development was built around an impression that California was a lot wetter than it traditionally is. I know Kathy's work, a lot of the landscape that we build around is also dependent on water. And we also spend a lot of time overwatering stuff maybe that shouldn't be here. But it creates an interesting dilemma for us as we move forward. So there's a couple of graphs in here, a couple of pictures, a couple of scary things to look at. And I think they're important to help build the context of what it is that I'd like you all to take away. So here, this is a graph from Berkeley looking at fire coming in from the east, from Tilden Park. And for those of you that live in Berkeley, you're obviously familiar with this area. There's Lake Anza right there in the middle. But for those of you in the East Bay, all of us share some sort of boundary with parkland to our east. We expect fire in these wildfire events to come in from the east and to make an entry point along the city border. What you're looking at here are conflagration blocks. They are saying that these are areas where we have homes that are so densely populated that the risk to one home is a risk to another. Structure separation distance, which is another thing that we measure, they measure it in blocks, and they get as much as 500 feet, and they get down to about 25 feet. And the lowest measurement we have is 25 feet from structure to structure. Less than that, there's no point in measuring because of radiant heat. But what the evidence tells us is that if you're less than 25 feet from your neighbor, the decisions you make about your home are inextricably linked with the decisions that your neighbors make about theirs. At less than 25 feet, a burning structure will ignite the structure next to it, and with multiple structures burning in a single jurisdiction, there'll be a delay in fire department intervention. One thing that I'm finding in this position that I'm in is that this is actually maybe one of the best ways we have to build community in our neighborhoods. And so as you're talking about native vegetation around your home, as you're talking about native gardens, it's a real opportunity to work with your neighbors to help influence their decisions and also make sure your decisions are benefiting them. And then what we do in our specific neighborhood, especially if you live in one of those homes along the eastern boundary of one of these East Bay cities, but honestly anywhere in the East Bay, the decisions we make about our homes in the presence of high winds on high fire danger days also impact everybody downwind from us. This same modeling is looking at what happens if a wildfire makes entry into a community in a high wind event without intervention and without good defensible space around our home. That fire spreads quite a bit to the west very quickly, much faster than we can intervene with it. And so the decisions that you make about your home, whether you happen to be on that eastern front or where you happen to be one of those homes in the middle, has a big impact on the folks downwind from you as well. This is an interesting graph, only to point out that as a community, we all need to make good decisions. But those decisions will not have an impact until enough of us make enough good decisions. Today is a great opportunity as a part of this presentation to consider the next good decision in regards to reducing wildfire loss. And that decision is both likely critical and not pivotal, which is to say you can't rely on doing some things some of the time. And so as you're considering what you're going to do with your garden or what you have to share with your neighbors, consider that the decisions that you make in the area immediately around your home are a big part of what makes your home safer. A couple more graphs before I get into what we can do. Insurance obviously plays a huge role in where we're at here in California. A lot of us have lost insurance on our homes. Some of us live in hillside neighborhoods. Some of us live down in the flats. And all of us are dealing with the rising cost of insurance. Paradise during the campfire was a really good example of the impact of insurance on a community and was one of the pivotal fires that really changed the insurance market for California. One thing that came out of that was a number of studies and a number of work to talk about what can we do to decrease the average annual loss or the average annual financial loss from fire. What can we do to better protect our communities? This study conducted by Millman looked at what happens if we implement defensible space and home hardening in the homes within a community versus what happens if we focus on the area around the community, such as fuel breaks, open land, fire breaks that can stretch up to a half-mile wide. And the study is really interesting. It looked at the baseline average annual loss, and this is the community of Paradise. And you'll see there's some red in there, there's some yellow, there's some orange. The red around the outside of the community is where there's the greatest average annual loss, and that's not particularly surprising when it comes to wildfire because the communities around the outside of a city would be more prone. But you'll notice that even in the middle of Paradise, or here in Berkeley, even down in the middle of Berkeley, where it's quite flat, there's still average annual loss or aggregated annual loss based on wildfire risk. So one of the things that this study did is it said, okay, let's not look at the city, let's not look at what we can do around our homes, but instead let's look at the community around us. Let's look at the wildland area. So fuel breaks, forest thinning, strategic breaks. One of the things that this study came up with is that if you do all of that stuff, if you spend $40 million in the area around Paradise, this is all theoretical, Paradise does not have 40 million to spend on wildfire breaks. The decrease in annual average loss is only about 20%, which is to say that doing that work results in a 20% reduction in loss. On the other hand, looking at doing work around our homes, taking responsibility for the area directly around our house and in our communities, is about an 80% reduction in average annual loss in those same areas. If you look here at this chart on the left, you're looking at those same areas that were bright red are now dark blue. That's where the greatest decrease in loss would be. Again, the area at the outside of a community most likely to benefit from it. But even in the middle of that community, if there's a collective effort to reduce risk, the best thing that we can do within our communities is start right at the foundation of our homes. And that ties this really, really well into what you all are talking about yesterday and today. And so I'd like to talk a little bit about what we've learned through both post-incident analysis, experimentation, a number of research pieces for those of you that are interested in the science and are looking for 500 pages of literature to research. I'm happy to share it with you, but I'll sort of summarize it here in the next few minutes. So there's two interlocking pieces of protecting structures from the effect of wildfire. As we go through this, I'd like to lead with a quote from the from the Institute for Business and Home Safety, or IBHS, and that's a nonprofit research firm that's done much of the experimentation. Something is not better than nothing. Ignition zone zero and home hardening need to both be adopted fully if they're worth the effort at all. So as you're considering what to do around your home, keep in mind that that's a part of the equation. But until you address both sides of the equation, until you also address what's going on on your property itself, you won't actually benefit from the mitigation. I talked earlier about decisions being critical but not pivotal. What you do in the first 5 feet around your home, the zone zero in that top picture, is critical, but it's not pivotal until you also combine that with home hardening in that bottom photo. So a couple of scary things here. This IBHS experiment shows a home after 10 minutes of ember exposure. The half of the home on the left is made with exterior materials that were widely used before the 2008 changes to the building code. And the left-hand side also has combustible material within 5 feet, in this case, wood mulch. On the right is a home built to the new code with 5 feet of non-combustible space. So these two pieces work together. Home hardening is especially effective against embers, but without the 5 feet of space between a home and anything that can burn, the direct flame exposure to a building, including flames that are ignited by embers, will overcome the resistant materials from construction. A similar experiment conducted by CAL FIRE on just defensible space has similar results. On the left, a home without defensible space, again, flammable ground cover and plants. On the right, nothing within 5 feet of the home. One addition to this experiment is the wooden fence within 5 feet of the home on the left, where on the right, that section of fence is replaced with a non-combustible section where it's within 5 feet. The lesson here, the wooden fence becomes an extension of the home, creating a wider target for fire and then wicking that fire like a fuse towards the structure. This structure succumbs to fire and then becomes the next origin point for embers that will be blown downwind to create additional loss. One of the unique features of Los Angeles is the volume of video evidence supporting all of the experimentation, analysis, survey work that's been done around these initiatives. So this camera operator was documenting the loss of a structure when he turned around and noticed a spot fire starting in the vegetation next to the home behind him. Spot fire will eventually grow, alighting the well-watered plants around it, and it will consume the home. And this is how fires destroy neighborhoods in a conflagration. It's not a wall of flame moving through, but one house at a time through spot fires lit by embers. The operator pans down the street and notices another spot fire down the block. On the way out, they notice an additional home, this time lost due to a spot fire that started well to the right of the structure and drawn to the home by way of the vegetation and wooden fence that is attached to the home. So I'm going to talk briefly about home hardening, but I want to focus on what I think people are probably interested in, which is vegetation. But let's talk about home hardening. So in 2008, Chapter 7A of the Building Code was put into place, and that is building standards that create more resilient homes in the presence of wildfire. It generally has to do with fire-resistant siding, such as treated wood in some cases, but often stucco or any number of other materials that will not readily burn. Wood shake roofs are a huge issue. They were a huge issue in the 91 fire, and there's still a handful of them out there in the community. Those have been estimated to start anywhere between 10 and 12 other structure fires when they ignite. So replacing wooden shingles, if you have them on the roof, is critically important. Next is gutters, keeping your gutters clean, keeping stuff out of them, and then putting gutter guards on there so that nothing can accumulate in those gutters. Those become a really receptive area for embers, which then can ignite the roofing materials or the sub-roof structure. And vent screens. I'll show you a couple photos here or a video here in just a second of embers, and give you a sense of this. But one of the primary things you are trying to do is stop embers from getting inside the outside skin of your home. A lot of times we think about wildfire, we think about the vegetation being responsible for wildfire, but I'd like to point out that perhaps the highest fuel load that we have around us are these two-story kindling boxes that have been kiln dried for about 100 years or so. And so the inside of your home is actually quite flammable once you get behind the drywall. And so keeping embers, keeping flammable material out of those spaces is critically important, as well as making sure that there's nothing along the base of your structure that can burn. So if you've got siding, if you've got wooden siding, making sure it doesn't go all the way down to the ground, or that you have flashing down there to stop fire from sliding up. There's a lot of really good stuff out there in home hardening. I'm happy to share more if people have questions. Some of these are very inexpensive. Screening in your vents is tremendously helpful and not very expensive. Replacing your single pane windows with double pane windows, not so cheap. But if you've got the opportunity and the willingness to do it, that's another great thing you can do. So this is from Los Angeles, and it's why homes burn. These embers are blown from other burning structures and vegetation, and when any one of those lands in something that can burn or penetrates space in a home, they ignite. And once a home is ignited, it threatens the surrounding homes through both embers and heat at a scale that no fire department can match. And this is what we saw in Los Angeles, Lahaina, Boulder, Paradise. And as a result, legacy approaches which were focused on external fuel breaks fall short of our goal of fire adaptation at community scale. In no small part because we failed to recognize the most abundant and driest fuel in our hills that require intervention is in fact the homes themselves. Quite simply, to protect homes from fire loss, we have to harden the home and give it the space for a fighting chance. The other thing that we want to do is align with insurance best practices. So for those of you that have that live in a high fire danger zone and have been visited by the fire department and evaluated for fire risk, you may find yourself passing the evaluation by the fire department and then losing insurance when they tell you that there's stuff that you need to do. And in part, that's because the fire code has not kept up with the insurance industry best practices, which is based on the research that we're talking about today. So another important part of this is making sure that we're giving everybody the same information so that everybody has the best opportunity to protect their home. So I'm going to skip through a couple of slides here and go to this one, because after this next couple of slides, I've got some ideas to share with you. So for those of you that are familiar with the Miracle House in Lahaina, this is that red roof house that remained standing after everything else burned. And a lot of folks have attributed it to anything from luck to the divine as to why this house survived. It was over 100 years old when the fires happened in Lahaina, built long before the modern building code that was designed for building in fire-dependent landscapes. But I'd like to share with you, I'm sorry, before I do that, let me talk about that graph there on the left. It may be a little difficult to see, but that graph was from the campfire that was a post-incident analysis where a bunch of researchers came through and forensically determined why a home burned and separated it out into categories and came up with the categories that contributed most to the likelihood that a home would burn. And the three things that we've sort of circled there in blue is whether it had compliant defensible space around the home, what the roof material was made out of, and whether the vents on the home were screened or not screened. So another way of saying that is if you have non-compliant defensible space, if you've got vegetation right up against the home, if you've got a combustible roof, and if you've got unscreened vents, high likelihood that your home burns. The owners bought this home 2 years before the fire in Lahaina, and the house needed a bunch of work. And they did a bunch of stuff, but the first two things they did was they removed everything within 5 feet of the structure that could burn, and they replaced the roof with a metal roof, which is very common in the tropics. So I would invite you to be a firefighter driving down the street in the middle of this fire and look for the opportunity where your effort is going to generate the best outcome for the community. So where can I spend my time so that the water's not wasted, my time is not wasted, and I'm not in any more danger than I have to be? If I'm going to put water in a home that's going to burn no matter what, let's move on. But if I roll up to a home and I see defensible space and I see factors in that home that are going to contribute to its own firefight, let's invest some time, not only for that home, but for everything downwind from that home. And I guess the bummer with the Lahaina house here is that everything downwind from this house was the Pacific Ocean. Just up the street, though, was about a mile away was Kahoma Village. And as you look at this map from Lahaina, you'll see an area that didn't burn. So the fire started there to the east, and then much like a river, it sort of spreads south and north through Lahaina and stops at eddies right there in a certain part of Lahaina. That's Kahoma Village, built in 2017 to modern standards, had defensible space, and worked together as a community to make sure that each person was responsible for each other's home. 210 homes in this community, 5 of them burned in the Lahaina fire. What's much more interesting is that the role that this community played in stopping fire from spreading further to the north. In fact, fire had to find another pathway further to the east to get all the way up. There it is again, a little bit more detail. And one more spot to look at. This is Valparaiso, Chile, or outside of it. There's a fire. I'm trying to remember the year. I don't have it, but Chile does not have the firefighting response of California. So when fire infringed on this community, there were no firefighters around to put out spot fires, and they knew that ahead of time. So when this community was put together, they made a collective effort to treat the entire community as one structure, if you will, and to make sure that no structure within there would ignite, because once one of those structures ignited, you can see that structure separation distance is a whole lot less than 25 feet. One ignited structure would one by one take down the structures around it. So this entire community survived this wildfire with no structures burning and no fire department responding. It fought this fire years before the fire showed up and won. So what can we do? And here's, I give you that sort of long spiel and a bunch of pictures and a bunch of scary videos because some of these are uncomfortable things to talk about, especially maybe to a group of people that are interested in planting more stuff. But let me share with you what the best practices are that we've picked up from this research. The first 5 feet of your home is critical when it comes to protecting your structure from wildfire. Said another way, if you can keep your structure from burning, your structure is not going to then impact the structures around it, the vegetation, the further vegetation around your home. So the structure can be both the victim and the structure can be the culprit. So if we've stopped that structure from burning, it's got huge implications for the rest of our area as well as the rest of our community. But those first 5 feet are critically important because fire can either creep up along the ground, and once it finds a vertical surface, much like that fence in the Cal Fire video, that vertical surface is a great opportunity for fire to take off running. And that first 5 feet, your structure is basically a huge net. It is looking for embers, and it catches embers. They hit the side of your structure and they drop to the ground. And the question is, when they drop to the ground, what do they find? If they find bare mineral soil, if they find a rock garden, if they find a patio, they're not going to ignite. If they find plants, if they find wood mulch, if they find climbing vines, if they find any number of things that might not be flammable on their own, but in high wind events tend to catch dead material and hold it, much like a spider's web, they find that, they will ignite. So in Berkeley, we're looking at a specific area where we'd like to implement the best practices, and the fire code would require that within the first 5 feet, nothing combustible, no wood fence, unless it's Class A fire rated wood, no in-ground vegetation. The fire code and best practices from the insurance industry would suggest up to 10 movable pots of vegetation in the first 5 feet of the home, pots that can be moved away from the home on high fire danger days. And avoiding climbing vines within 5 feet of structures. This is a tough one. I think the wisteria, the bougainvillea, the stuff that we love around homes, it's a beautiful part of the East Bay community sort of sense of place, and it's one of the more dangerous things on your home when it comes to wildfire. The other piece is within 5 to 30 feet of your home, being sensitive to vegetation that provides a pathway for fire to the home. So think about that wooden fence that you saw from Los Angeles. It becomes, a hedge becomes a huge net that catches embers, and once that hedge ignites, it will spread down the hedge to whatever's at the end of that hedge. And one of our common rules of thumb is that flames from burning vegetation will go about 3 to 4 times the height of the vegetation under wind conditions. So if you've got a 10-foot hedge, you can expect 30 to 40-foot flame lengths out of that. And I've seen it. That's a very accurate number. The good news is that following these practices really works. This is from the Kincaid Fire in 2019 in Sonoma County. There's a retaining wall around the home, and above that retaining wall is some vegetation, but also good non-combustible space around the base of the home. And so the construction features of this home also really aided to protecting the home. Fire came up to the retaining wall, stopped, and any embers that blew ahead of the fire and hit the side of that structure that had double pane windows and fire resist subsiding dropped to the ground. There are great examples of this in Berkeley, and I'm sure throughout the rest of the community, where you can use retaining walls, if you've got them, as an opportunity to create a visual difference in your landscaping. And everything above that within 5 feet of the structure is non-combustible. And then you have some planting below and some areas that, if fire comes into the community, can burn without coming all the way up to your structure. We're doing out of time here. Cool.
You're good. You have 9 minutes.
Great. And just having nice landscaping, just cleaning up after yourself, isn't good enough. There are great examples here in Berkeley of just beautiful homes where the vegetation close to the house becomes a real problem. So a couple of the major challenges that we've seen in going out and fighting some of these fires: combustible mulch. Mulch around the structure is just going to draw fire throughout that entire contiguous area of mulch, and it will burn anything above it within a couple of feet. The mulch will usually generate 3 to 4 inch flame lengths at least. If you need to use mulch, combustible wood chips is the way to go. I would really suggest mulching not within the first 5 feet of your home, and finding something else within those first 5 feet to control weeds. Pergolas within 30 feet of the home. These also draw and send fire around. This pergola only didn't spread to the remaining community because firefighters happened to be at this home. This is a hot tub. It's not vegetation, but it's a great example of something within 5 feet of your home that hot tubs tend to actually be quite combustible. They don't have the same standards. And so fire will spread right up the house. Under the decks, a lot of us have combustible decks. Those redwood decks are beautiful. You've got to keep the area underneath the deck clear and clean. Make sure you don't store anything under there that will then spread fire up into the deck. We talked about debris and gutters. This happens to be a metal roof, which is great, but that's underneath that metal roof is wooden framing. Vegetation within the first 5 feet of the home. This happened to be a great example of some good defensible space in terms of gravel within those first 5 feet, but there were plants, and as you can see, embers will find those plants and take them right out. Stuff on your decks, especially flammable mats, also create an opportunity to spread fire. I want to wrap up here with just some brief thoughts on trees. Trees have been around for thousands and thousands and tens of thousands of years, and they've been dealing with California wildfire that entire time. They're quite resilient. They're great at defending themselves from fire. They tend not to spread fire generally. Mature trees in a fire-dependent landscape burn every few years. The ground around them burns, the low areas of the tree burn, sweeps through, creates the opportunity for new growth, and the tree is maintained. When we look at Los Angeles, this is actually just from the other day. The thing that was left standing are those trees. A lot of those trees will survive. So when you think about defensible space, don't worry too much about your trees. Mature trees over 15 feet are resilient to fire. They tend to drop dead material, and you want to clean that up. But in no way are we advocating that you remove all your trees as a strategy to prevent wildfire. The traditional fire-dependent landscape of the East Bay Hills was actually a few trees and a lot of seasonal grasses, and it would burn right through. So in no way are we promoting that the trees are the issue. You're going to go into this, I think, in the next presentation, which I'm excited to listen into. This is language straight out of Marin Fire Safe Council, looking at what kind of plants are fire resistive and what kind of plants support or are fire hazardous. And these are the 5 characteristics that we really look for when we're looking at fire hazardous species. It's not a specific type of species, it's what that species does when left unmaintained. So does it have volatile oils like rosemary? Is it difficult to maintain in a fire resistive state? So does it accumulate a lot of stuff? Does it have a physical structure that makes maintenance difficult? That would be your juniper or your cypress. Where the inside of that is often quite dead and the outside looks lush. Juniper and cypress are also examples of high surface area to volume ratio. The last one is they may be prone to rapid changes in moisture content. Your seasonal grasses, your unwatered lawns, on a dry day, they're dry. On a foggy day, they're wet. And I think the last thing that I'd like to share before I sort of plug the list that Kathy put a lot of time and effort into is that native to a fire-dependent landscape also means fire adaptive. So this is a native plant weekend, which is great way to revisit what we can do around our homes. But it's important to remember that species that are native to this part of California were really ready to receive fire every 10 to 20 years. On the left is chaparral. That's native to California, at least this is, and that's largely responsible for what happened in LA in January. That's blue gum eucalyptus on the right. That is clearly not native to the East Bay Hills. However, where it is native in Australia, it burns regularly. I think most of us in this group are probably also familiar with redwoods that are also native and depend on fire. And so a lot of these species are dependent on fire to allow regrowth, to sweep out the undergrowth so the new seedlings can be planted. Some of them depend on the heat to release, to allow the seedlings to grow. So as you're making decisions around making native choices, I would caution you to think about that doesn't absolve you of the responsibility of picking vegetation that is also less impactful to your home, or just being aware that the vegetation that you do pick does not make it necessarily more fire safe. With that said, we've got a list on our website. I think Kathy took a lot of the sort of fire safe planting lists from around the greater Bay Area and sort of culled that down into a list that were both less fire hazardous than what you might find out there, but also really provided for local wildlife and were for better adapted or provided better or just generally better for the local ecosystem. So that said, that's sort of a down and dirty talk through what we're working on here in Berkeley and what we're recommending. And I think I've got a couple of minutes there, Kathy, for questions, if anybody has them. Otherwise, I can take a look at the chat as well.
No, let me pop in. So I want to say that was a terrific presentation, Colin. Thank you so much. And it's sobering and also hopeful, I guess, because there are things that we can do. I know when I heard you and the other fire captains from Berkeley speaking at that town hall. If you want to hear another excellent presentation, if you go to the Bringing Back the Native Garden Tour website, look under the fire resistant plant section. I have as the very first link a town hall presentation that was given by the Berkeley Fire Department along with a city council person. And it was so impactful, just like this one was, that it really motivated me and my husband to do things around our house that we hadn't thought of. So I would encourage everybody to go and listen to that with your husbands or significant others as well after this talk. So let's see. So I guess your key message for people, we have just a minute or so, would be to create the defensible face within the 5 feet of their home, like no trash cans, no plants, using flagstone might be better than using little pebbles because the flagstone will keep the weeds down more, screening properly. I guess that seems to be like the major take home for people to go away with today. Is that right, Colin?
Yeah, and I see a couple of questions here that I might be able to fire through if I've got the time. I don't know what time you want me to
Why don't you
stop
take
you.
2 minutes and then we'll push on.
Cool. One question here about succulents. That's always a good question. Cactus and succulents. Cactus and succulents tend not to be as flammable. They tend to hold a lot more moisture, obviously, and they often just smoke instead of burn. Although what we are finding is that one, they can be difficult to maintain. Once they do drop material, it does end up around the base of the plant. And most of these sort of catastrophic fire events are preceded by very high winds that pull a lot of dead material through the community, and that vegetation on the ground, regardless of what it's made of, ends up capturing a lot of that dead material and becoming an opportunity for spot fires. Also, the insurance industry that's done all this research also doesn't allow succulents, and so we're trying to align to make sure that the messaging is the same. I saw a question in here about trees and limbing up trees. Absolutely, if the health of the tree can handle it, trees in the traditional fire dependent landscape, fire blew through the understory of forests and would take out a lot of the lower limbs as well. So in lieu of putting fire on the ground around your home, which I do not recommend, limbing those trees up yourself sort of takes care of that. Limbing them up so that there's no limbs within 3 times the height of whatever's growing underneath the tree. There's a question in there about mulch. Like I said, if you have to use mulch, the composted wood chips is the best way to go. And I would highly recommend that you just don't put mulch within those first 5 feet. Yeah, wood fences are super common. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with wood fences, as long as you replace the 5 feet within your home with something that's not wood to stop fire from spreading.
So, Colin, could
Go
you
ahead.
recommend? I know there's these community groups that help people organize or will provide services if people organize into it's like the Delta Diablo Fire Safe Council. There's some kind of group. Are you familiar with what it is? I cannot remember the name.
There's the Diablo Fire Safe Council. There's also Firewise communities that get together and sort of invest in each other and help each other out. There's also a number of grants out there for folks that are looking to do the work. We're trying to secure a couple of them here in Berkeley that we're trying to leverage. There's one question in here about eucalyptus as well. Eucalyptus are more fire hazardous than other species of trees. They're also very fire adapted over time. The primary issue with eucalyptus is not the tree itself, but the amount of material that it tends to drop on the ground and accumulate up the trunk. So we talked about those sort of sprouts that come up the trunk. That enables fire to spread up into the canopy. Over the long run, probably removing invasive species, and they are on the list of invasive species, is a good idea. But I wouldn't start with eucalyptus for protecting your property. There's a lot that you can do that's much more effective around the base of your home than looking at the eucalyptus trees that may be a mile or so away.
All right. Well, I want to thank you so much for taking the time on a Sunday to be with us. Colin, can you stay after and answer any further questions in the chat?
Yeah, I'll stick around for a little bit, and I'm gonna go check in on the kids, and I will. I'll be looking into the chat on the backside there.
All right, good. Thank you so much for joining us today. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Kathy. It's a pleasure.
You're welcome. So let's see, Colin, if you've stopped sharing, then Jennifer, can you share, or do I need to get in the middle of it here?
I can share. Let me.
Okay. All right. Let me see. Before you get started, hang on a second. Do you mind if I share for a sec?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to, this. Okay. All right. So, I'm lost. You go ahead, Jennifer.
Oh dear. Okay.
I'll pick back up again when you're done.
Okay, that sounds
Thank
great.
you.
So if there's
Well-
any videos in your presentation, Jennifer, it's easiest if Kathy stops sharing first.
I just did. Okay.
Okay, and I don't have any videos in mine. I'm
Perfect.
just straight up slides, and I will. Oops, sorry, I'm on page 3 already.
You're going to go
we go.
up to the top and click slideshow, and then
Does this look
there you
okay?
go. It looks wonderful, Jennifer.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much. I hope that Chief Arnold is not disappointed that I don't go into a full talk about how you landscape, but rather the plants that you use and some of the things that we have done to mitigate fire risk in our own home. And it's a work in progress. But really, Kathy talked to me about the plant list that they put together that looks amazing, and asked me to speak about some of the particulars of the plants themselves and how they can help in the landscape and help build habitat for us. So I'm going to just launch right into it. We're going to go over 25 recommended California native plants from the list that Chief Arnold just mentioned. And I'm going to focus on these categories. I like to kind of group things, but look at some of the trees, shrubs, vines, ground cover, and some perennials that really you could shape a very nice garden out of, and following a few principles that Chief Arnold talked about, keeping things a little bit 5 feet away from your home itself. And here is a spreadsheet that Kathy actually saved with me. This is on her website. I believe she can let us know if there's any, I believe it's the same list. It's just these are all links that you can click, and it shows the source of those, where they came from. So some of these came from Fire Safe Marin, Fire Safe Council of Monterey, and the Western Fire Chiefs. So anyway, that's all on the right column, and you can click through that from Kathy's website. So that's what I'm basing my talk on today. And then again, there's a link on Kathy's site to this really beautiful plant list, and I have a link to her fire fire section on the Bringing Back the Natives at the end of my talk as well. And also, I'm going to talk a little bit fast, but at the end, there's a QR code. You can just hold up your phone and get all the whole slide deck, or use the link to download the whole slide deck that I present today. So I just want to give a little bit of personal background briefly. This was our garden when we moved into our house. It had trees right up against the house, I'd say less than a foot from the house, and shrubs right up against the house. And of course, we have the giant valley oak tree kind of dominating the landscape. But we had a lot of flammable things right up against our house that we decided to move right away. The other thing is, in the backyard, we had a lot of ivy, and ivy can serve as a fire ladder, climbing up trees in our creek behind our home, and it can be very flammable. So we tore down the trees, the Japanese maples. We tore out the box hedge. A box hedge can look green on the outside, but the whole interior can be dry and combustible.
Jennifer, I'm so sorry to interrupt. A number of people in the chat are having trouble seeing your screen right now.
Oh, no.
Would it be possible for you to unshare and then reshare?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I think it may be the issue is that Colin is still sharing his screen, so I am going to gently boot him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Sorry, Colin. I promise it is not personal. Zoom is just being a little silly today. So,
Well,
okay.
okay.
Let's
that
try
better?
that.
And W, can you see it now? I can see it now.
Yeah, I heard from Peggy Kramer, and then I believe it should be fixed. I will pop back in. Yeah, and W, it all works well.
Oh,
Thank you so much,
good.
Jennifer. Sorry for popping in there.
Yeah, I'm gonna well, now it's not. Shoot. There we go. Just very quickly, for anybody who didn't see what my yard looked like before, here's before. Then we tore into it, took out a lot of the combustible materials that were right up against our house. And we just use a pickaxe and the wet weather. If anybody's thinking of tearing things out, do it when it rains. And then we put some hardscaping down. And I know it's a little counterintuitive to all of us who love plants, but we have a hardscape area. This was during COVID. We wanted to be able to visit with neighbors in a safe way. And we also put out some pots, and we didn't even know like that was one of the recommendations of fire safety. But anyway, we have some pots out on our patio as well. And then I just want to kind of jump into the plants themselves. This isn't a talk about how to be a landscaper. It's more about the plants. But there is a very good talk. I have a link at the end of this from Greg Rubin, who's a landscaper in Southern California. And he shows how a little bit of irrigation of the plants that are closest to the house it really helps to prevent fires, and how also placing those, not just irrigating those plants, but native plants retain more water, and many of the types of plants retain more water than plants that are not native that you might just buy at Home Depot. So anyway, we'll go into some of the favorites here. So I start with the Western Redbud because it was actually the first tree we planted in our native garden after we heard Doug Tallamy speak. One of Kathy's events like this, we got very inspired. And I fell in love with this tree when it bloomed, but I fell even deeper in love with it when the leafcutter bees came. And they made little cuts in the leaves and went and built their nests. And I realized that it really was helping the environment to have have this redbud tree here. And it can be a small tree. It takes pruning okay. It has multiple trunks, and it's also visited by other pollinators and hummingbirds. So it's really a joy to have in the garden. I've included sun, water, soil. I won't go into that for each plant, but just be aware that that I pulled all those down from Watershed Nursery, which has great descriptions of many plants on their site. Hollyleaf cherry, we're planting a lot of this in our backyard, kind of far from our house, but near a creek. It's evergreen. It can be pruned down to be a shrub. The flowers bloom in early spring. And all of these plants I'm talking about have the qualities that are on Kathy's list of these aren't plants that have needles. These are plants that retain water. They don't have a resinous sap. So they really are great choices for a fire-resistant landscape. I just want to add too that in addition to the flowers that attract many pollinators, the leaves of these trees feed 144 different species of butterflies and moths. Those in turn feed baby birds. and the fruit itself feeds the birds. And so there's a big win-win with this particular plant. California buckeye, we have one of these in our backyard as well. And it's one of the qualities that's cited on the Fire Safe Marin is leaning more toward deciduous plants. And so this is a deciduous tree, drops its leaves, has beautiful bark in the dormant season. And then it's one of the first plants to leaf out in early spring. You're probably seeing that happen now. And many of the buds are coming out right now, which are just a butterfly magnet. So especially the swallowtail butterflies in our neighborhood flock to this particular tree. So, and it grows really easily from seed. So Kathy can attest, she has one right in front of her house that Mike planted years ago, and they come up very easily from seed. Mountain mahogany, we're planting some of these along our creek. It's a really beautiful evergreen. It can be pruned to be a screen or a hedge. It can be pruned to grow in a very narrow space. So if some of you are talking about, I don't have a lot of room, maybe at the edge of your property, you could plant these as a screen, and they wouldn't be right up against your house, but they would create that narrow corridor of some privacy. I love the seeds on this as well. They're just beautiful, and it grows really well with other oak woodland types of plants like oak and ceanothus. So it's just a really beautiful tree. And speaking of oaks, I hope people don't shy away from oaks just because they seem big. They have a big canopy. But this is an oak, and it's a coast live oak in my neighborhood, and it's on the recommended list. And this can grow 40 to 100 feet tall, and its roots go very deep and tap the groundwater. And it's green all year round. But if you look at the trunks, it has two trunks here. They're less than the size of one of the chairs at my cafe table. Each one is about the size of a seat like that. It doesn't take up a lot of real estate in this garden, and it's not right up against the house. So it's a really great choice for your garden, and it feeds the most Lepidoptera. 270 species of butterflies and moths can lay eggs on this plant, and ours is alive right now. The birds are getting so many caterpillars out of it. The other one, if you have a little more real estate, the big leaf maple, another deciduous tree that's just glorious in the fall and feeds 87 species of butterflies and moth caterpillars. Its seeds provide food for mammals, and it's fairly fast growing. So it's something if you want to get that instant gratification, again, away from your house, but a nice big tree, or if you're working on a park project, it would be nice there. California coffeeberry is we're going into shrubs now. This particular shrub is actually the plant that's getting eaten the most in my garden. And there's just little holes here and there. It doesn't affect the overall look of the shrub, but it is truly beautiful. And I have Eve Case and Mount San Bruno in my garden, and also one that I've only seen at East Bay Wilds called Mount Vision, which is a very perfect mound. You'll see at the end of the slideshow. And there's all sorts of pollinators that flock to the little tiny flowers, and the hummingbirds visit them as well. So it's called coffeeberry, and the early explorers thought that's what it was, but when they tried consuming it, it's actually a laxative. It is not coffee. So be very careful. Do not eat this plant. Don't make that mistake. Here's another shrub many of you are familiar with, the California lilac. And I just spoke generally here because there are so many different forms of this, from a little flat ground cover to, I think Ray Hartman gets the tallest tree. But it's blooming right now. If you drive around, you see it everywhere. And it's really what a great choice. It's not a resinous plant that burns easily. And so it's one of the ones that's recommended. It also not only feeds pollinators, but the seed capsules are eaten by birds and mammals. So it's a really great choice for the garden. Another one, it doesn't feed a lot of species, 24 species of butterflies and moths, but it's really a gorgeous deciduous plant, this Western azalea. It's a little bit rare, so you kind of have to do the treasure hunt at the different nurseries to find it. But the pipevine swallowtail butterfly actually nectars. It's a favorite nectar plant, and we're growing this near our pipevine so that maybe we'll attract some butterflies and they'll lay the eggs on the pipevine when they are attracted to the nectar. The California buckwheat, which is the white one in the lower left, I featured that one just because it is I believe the most ubiquitous. but it's a gorgeous plant, grows in a nice mound, comes in many colors and forms. And there's a red flowered buckwheat here. There's also a sulfur buckwheat. I actually took this picture myself on the Bringing Back the Natives garden tour 2 years ago. So it's definitely, the habitat creation is definitely working. And they don't require a lot of water, but they do retain water and are less flammable than plants that are more resinous. Kinnikinnick is a type of Arctostaphylos, a type of manzanita that is a ground cover. And is the one thing that they recommend for fire safe gardening is in the area near your house, that 5 feet out zone beyond your house, low growing plants are less likely to shoot up embers or cause problems. And so this is a nice one to grow in that area outside of that hardscape. And it's really beautiful. The pollinators love the flowers. 68 species of butterflies and moths can lay eggs on the plant and raise the next generation. And then lots of different animals love the little manzanita is little apple in Spanish, and that's what the berries look like. It's an important habitat food. I saw actually this plant also on the Bringing Back the Natives garden tour, the creeping snowberry. And it's winter deciduous. The berries are fine for wildlife, but poisonous to humans. So don't be tempted to eat them. And they work really well in dry shade under oaks. And they have deep roots that, if you have an erosion problem, can help with that. Woodland and beach strawberry. I love strawberries so much in our garden. A friend gave me some runners and I planted them and they just took off in a nice way. They aren't invasive, but the woodland strawberry is typically grown in shade and has lighter green leaves. They're a little bit deeper lobed than the other beach strawberry. Funny thing though, the beach strawberry is what the friend gave me, and I planted it in my oak woodland dappled shade area, and it's doing fine. So even the beach strawberry is very forgiving of whether it's in sun or shade. They both do really well. The silver lupin is a perennial shrub. You can grow it pretty easily from seed, and it has a really long bloom period. So it's a really great plant for attracting pollinators over a long period of time. And it hosts several different species of butterfly, but it includes the endangered mission blue butterfly. I don't know if you have that in the East Bay, but I know that we have that over here on the peninsula. And so it's one that we want to grow a lot of here. And it's a full sun perennial. Seaside daisy, again, it only feeds 11 species of butterfly and moths, but I like to include it because it has a very long bloom period, and a lot of people really like to see that in their garden, and it's kind of a neighbor pleaser as well. So the Gabb's checker spot butterfly is one of the ones that uses this as a host plant. As a caterpillar, it eats this plant. You don't really notice any damage from that. If you live along the coast, it does really well. But inland, you could maybe give it a little bit of shade to keep it from burning, maybe. California aster, we're growing these in our garden, and it's a beautiful long blooming plant in the late fall. It's a monarch favorite. And so I really love to have this and goldenrod growing in our garden, and to provide seeds for the birds and nectar for the monarchs. And hopefully they'll lay eggs on our milkweed. Douglas iris actually doesn't feed a lot of it. It's a habitat plant in so much as some pollinators use it, but it is a nice evergreen plant that has a low burn odds. And it's really something that, again, you can plant around in your garden and add a little long blooming color and keep a native garden looking nice at different times of the year with year-round bloom. It's also really easy to divide and share with friends. California fuchsia, Epilobium canum, is a really versatile plant. There's actually a low version of California fuchsia that grows as a ground cover. So again, if you're within that area closer to your home, maybe a lower plant would be desirable. And the hummingbirds just flock to this. And so, in fact, we originally planted just one, and the hummingbird came and looked me right in the eye and said, plant more. So now we have 5 of these in front of our house, and it has a long bloom period, August at our house until December. We prune it down to the ground, and then it rebounds the next year. Hedge nettle is one that I do have growing. I realize too close to my house. but it retains a lot of water, and it's near where my hose is, and so it gets extra water when I'm watering the garden. It's very delicate looking and feeds 11 species of moths and caterpillars. It's not moths and butterflies. It's not considered a keystone species, but I do see a lot of activity on it in our home garden. Getting into ground covers, yerba buena is a great evergreen, holds a lot of moisture ground cover. It's related to mint. Actually, you can make a refreshing tea out of this plant. And it really is easy to, it spreads a little bit and it's really easy to get it to cover a lot of ground in the shade. It really likes shade in the garden. Common yarrow is another ground cover that's really a beautiful plant, semi-evergreen, sends up tall stalks of white flowers that attract a lot of different pollinators. And then the leaves make a really nice sort of carpet if you allow it to spread and give it a little extra irrigation. Pink honeysuckle is one that I realized during the last talk. I do have growing on a trellis on my house, and I'm going to actually move that. So we don't want things growing on our house, but this one is really popular with the hummingbirds and with the birds. They eat the fruit when it finally, when the bloom is done. So it's really nice in a shady, dry shade, maybe in an oak woodland situation. Dutchman's pipe is another one. We have that growing along our fence. And it has really unusual flowers that come out before the leaves. It's the sole larval food of the pipevine swallowtail butterfly. So I know that you have a lot of those in the East Bay. It's really essential to grow this to keep the populations expanding. And then in addition to the plants, I just want to share a little bit of garden inspiration. You know, when I've gone on the tour, I've seen things that really tied in with the kind of hardscaping conversations we've been having. It can be attractive. You can have plants like this sea monkey flower growing next to a beautiful fountain. This was designed by Kelly Marshall, and there's stones all around that. And then there is a little bit of mulch, but one thing I read is break up the mulch with some hardscaping and some inorganic mulch, and that can help prevent the fire from spreading. Here's another example from the Bringing Back the Natives garden tour. I saw this beautiful swale with buckwheat, which is on the plant list as well. And it's beautifully designed. Again, creates that sort of break where the fire might be spreading. It's not a huge defensible space, but it does break up the chances of things combusting. And then this is my own little cafe area near our front window. We do have coffee berry growing within 5 feet of our house, so we might have to look into that. But this also, the hardscaping does break up the movement of fire, and also the things that we've planted are all serendipitously on the list that Kathy provided. We didn't know that list before we planted this, so I was relieved to see they were included there. And then this is our front yard now, so it doesn't look quite so hardscapey now that a lot of these plants have come in. There's still less vegetation up toward the house, plants in pots near the house that could be moved, and so much habitat's been created there. There's food for hundreds of different species, birds, bees, butterflies, hummingbirds. Here are some of the creatures that are using our garden. We finally have bluebirds in our neighborhood we did not have before. Leafcutter bees using our red bud. Hummingbirds, which 80% of their diet's insects. Anyway, it's a very active and vibrant community that was only just dead lawn and box hedge before, and more fire safe than it was before. So I've included some links. I know that you've seen them in the chat to Kathy's site, the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour fire sources. I also saw a really interesting video with Greg Rubin, who is a landscaper in Southern California. The CNPS video using natives for fire resilient landscapes. So those are hopefully some other additional things. And my grandson Charlie took this picture of this very happy pipevine caterpillar eating the Dutchman's pipe. Here's way too many resources. I won't read them all to you, but if there's books or sites or garden tours that you're looking for, I put that there. And I end with this Mount Vision coffee berry that Pete Bayou has over at East Bay Wilds. I'm growing 5 of them in my garden. And I have a QR code for this slide deck. So if there are plants you wanted to go back and look at or think about, you can just hold your phone up to that QR code and download. Or I know that this will be posted at some point. So you'll have a chance to look at that. But that's a really quick run through of the plants. And again, if you want more about landscape theory and approach, that Greg Rubin presentation that I had as a link, I would visit that.
So I want to say thank you, Jennifer. That was a fabulous presentation. And I'm sorry that I got a little confused when you started and I failed to introduce you. I just like hopped on, I turned it over. So I'm just going to back up and say that this is my friend, dear friend and colleague, Jennifer Dirking. And Jennifer is the brain and brawn behind those amazing keystone species signs that you may have seen on the garden tour or on the tour's website. She designed them and did such a beautiful job. She's the founder of the Wildflower Ambassadors, a group that's given out thousands of packets of free native plant seeds over the last few years. You might have heard her speak before. She's an engaging speaker and has had a wide variety of talks. And also, if you want to see Jennifer's garden, she lives in San Carlos, and your garden is open on the Growing Native Garden Tour next weekend. Is it Sunday the 13th?
I cannot believe I did not plug that. Yes, Sunday the 13th, you just sign up at gnt.org and it's free. And I can tell everybody here, because we're among friends, we're doing a little pizza party at the end of the day. So the tour ends at 4. So somewhere between 4 and 4:30, anybody who shows up is going to get pizza. We'll just order for however many people are there. So anyway, but yeah, it's been a real joy to work with Kathy. I've learned so much going on your tour, actually more than I've been able to go on the tour over here. And it's been such a journey learning about the plants and seeing the life. I mean, there's so much life in our garden right now. It's amazing. So yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Well, Jennifer and Brian have a beautiful garden, I know, because I've seen it, and such a productive garden. They've got a number of birds nesting in their trees. Let's see, we have like 2 minutes, and I was just so engaged in your presentation. Let me say that I know that Jennifer went past some of those like busy text slides quickly, but the presentation will be put up on the tour's YouTube channel, so you can pause it later on to download what you like. And is there anything else, Jennifer, that you would like to say before I go on?
No, I think that's good. I'm going to put a link to the Growing Natives Garden Tour, which is next weekend. It's the 12th and 13th. I'll put that in the chat, and I'm just going to gnt.org.
The Growing Native Garden Tour is a native plant garden tour that takes place in Santa Clara and San Mateo counties, and Jennifer lives in San Carlos.
Yeah, and I see that Zoom Zarina Jessica already put that in there, so use her link. It's better than mine. So yeah, I'm happy to. I'll look at the chat for any questions people have, and maybe I'll also post the link about the more landscaping based talk. I was really only focused on the plants themselves here.
Okay, well, I want to thank you so much, Jennifer, for giving the presentation today. Jennifer is a new grandmother. I know she's very busy with this baby, but she made time to make this talk for us, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to take over if I can now. Let me go back here. So for those of you that live in the East Bay, it's exciting that East Bay Mud has doubled the rebate amount for native plant gardens. So if you put in a native plant garden, you can receive their super rebate, which is $2 a square foot. That's double the standard rebate. East Bay Mud requires that you plant natives, sheet mulch to remove the lawn, and add compost to build healthy soil, and plant in the cool season. To help you create the beautiful garden, East Bay Mud has a new landscape design assistance program. You can choose a designer from their list of approved designers, and you get a 2-hour visit with custom recommendations on things like plant choice and layouts and irrigation. And then when you implement your project, you pay for it up front, and then you get those funds back. So yarrow, clarkia, flannelbush, these are many favorites from East Bay Mud, and Their program is here to help you make good plant choices. And East Bay Mud also has mulch and compost coupons available. You can learn more at their website, which is ebmud.com/mulch. And Ebmud says we may be out of the drought, but water-wise gardens are always in style. All right, so we heard from Chief Arnold, and I've heard him speak a couple times, and I have to say it's really sobered me up both times to think about what we can do around our lot. And we actually, my husband and I have made a number of changes around our lot because I heard from Chief Arnold. Let me stop here for a moment and say, if you attended yesterday or if you're watching today, I hope you fill out the evaluation. I even forgot to mention it yesterday, but I really want to hear how did people like yesterday's program or what could have been improved. And I hope you'll go back through the Zoom link that I sent out yesterday morning and the day before. You'll find the evaluations in there. If you're watching this morning and haven't had time to make a donation yet, I sure hope you'll do it now. An anonymous donor has offered a $1,000 challenge grant if these funds can be matched. If you haven't yet had a chance to contribute to this year's tour, please take this opportunity to do so now. It takes a year to put on the online and these virtual tours, and we need funding to be able to do so. You can donate on the Garden Tours website at Please Donate with your credit card, through Venmo at Bringing Back the Natives. The phone number is 7048, or you can mail a check to the Garden Tour, and the address is on the tour's website and here. And we also have a partnership with the Golden Gate Bird Alliance. If you'd like to contribute more than $500 or more, it can go through the Alliance and be tax deductible. And please call or email for details, and be sure and indicate that you'd like those funds to be allocated to the Garden Tours account. Thank you very much for your support. And I'm going to talk now about 4 Dimensions. If you'd like help designing, installing, or maintaining a native plant garden, you might want to contact 4 Dimensions Landscape Cooperative. 4 Dimensions is an award-winning landscape design company whose motto is restoring the earth, one garden at a time, and whose goal it is to bring people and nature together. 4 Dimensions creates well-planned, carefully crafted environments that enrich both human and natural life. And you can call on 4 Dimensions to design, build, or nurture your garden, and reach them at 4dimensionslandscape.com or 510-893-1999. And we just heard from Jennifer. Oh, so this is my own lot. I'll say was my cover slide to introduce Jennifer that I forgot. This is the oak tree in front of our house. My husband and I planted this 30 years ago when we were married. And I'm going to talk about the Watershed Nursery, and then we're going to launch into our next presentation. The Watershed Nursery is an employee-owned cooperative located in Point Richmond that has been providing quality native plants and services to home gardeners and to local Northern California restoration projects since 2001. The mission of the Watershed Nursery is to help make your home garden beautiful and ecologically valuable, and to provide exceptional native plants and services for habitat enhancement projects. The Watershed Nursery carries plants for various light, water, and soil conditions. Don't hesitate to ask their friendly staff for help with choosing plants. While visiting the nursery, be sure and check out their beautiful demonstration gardens. The Watershed Nursery is open Tuesday through Sunday from 10 to 4. You can shop in person, or you can place an order in advance for curbside pickup. If you're looking for a practical gift for a friend, consider purchasing a gift certificate. You can reach the Watershed Nursery at watershednursery.com or call them at 510-234-2222. So I'm going to go on now to this presentation. It's a lawn conversion project that was done by Lois Simonds of Gardening with Nature's Design. The video was made by Tam Starita, filmed by Tam Starita, and edited by Ellyce Morgan. You can visit this garden on Sunday, May the 4th. So Lois, are you with us? I can't hear you, but I can see you. So maybe you want to turn on your audio for just a minute.
Okay, I think I'm on my
You
audio.
are on. So I just want to welcome you and say that you did such a beautiful job with this garden.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. Let's go now. Well, let me say, Lois is a friend, longtime colleague, and the owner of Gardening by Nature's Design. And if you should have questions while you're watching this video, you can type them into Zoom or YouTube, and we'll answer them as we go along. We'll be taking some questions after the video. So let's go now and watch the video.
One moment, please. All right, we're just getting it up. It's going to take a quick second.
Let me just say while we're waiting for it to come up, this is Trina and Jeff Horner's garden in Walnut Creek, and it's been on the garden before, but they just had the garden redone recently by Lois.
Let's see. Kathy, could you share your screen and then unshare for me once really
Okay.
quick?
So I'm sharing now.
And then if you can
Stop
stop sharing.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. Let's see if that helps us a little bit. All right. The issue is that it's not allowing me to share with sound, which would be a real bummer because there's so much important wisdom in there. So, would you be comfortable asking a few more questions of each other while I'm working on it on my end?
We can chat a little bit, and then if we need to, I see that Susan is online, and people may be expecting, coming online to see her at 12:30, but if we have to, we could always start Susan early. But in the meanwhile, Lois, let's just chat, you and I. So if you want to turn your audio on, Lois, maybe you can tell us when you installed this garden, because I know it's fairly new.
I installed it in the winter of the fall of 2023.
Oh, so that's not so new. Well, it's beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
I know you have so many manzanitas. Like, you're really great with selecting like plants. Lois often talks when she's in a garden with me about like texture and color, and she's really like careful and sensitive about the leaf colors and how they contrast or blend with each other. And you really do a marvelous job at laying out the garden like it's like a painting, like it's a palette, like it's more than just plants, but part of a bigger picture.
We are all ready to go when you guys are.
Okay, I think let's do it.
Okay. Hello, my name is Lois Simonds, and I am the owner of Gardening by Nature's Design. In this garden, we converted a lawn into a California native plant garden. It's not simply that we're bringing in California native plants, we're also bringing in a sense of place, of cohesions, and a dynamic relationship between these community of plants. Also, I always love to bring my clients into the garden in terms of what their aesthetic is and what they're looking for. In this case, Trina and Jeff have picked out these beautiful carved chairs. And so I thought initially, why not create a wonderful sitting place for these chairs? Now, to begin with, the garden was simply a flat lawn. It was flat and linear, and the lawn was low and it sloped down towards the street. It even went below the street. And so what you saw, basically, the lawn basically brought your vision to the street, to the driveway, and to the brick entrance walkway, instead of bringing you back into the garden. And so what I wanted to do is I wanted to create a space where Trina and Jeff could feel like they were in their garden and they could relax and feel safe and protected and somewhat separated from the street and the driveway. And the challenge was they also wanted to connect this brick pathway to their driveway. So I needed to bring in a path. So what I did in order to begin to create a sense of space, place, and privacy is I created a sitting area, and I raised it. And I surrounded it with planting beds, which I raised, that would embrace and enclose the sitting area. Then to further enhance the sense of privacy, I raised the planting area that runs along the street. Now, to create it so that the planting area just didn't disappear into plants, I created a border of stone. And this border of stone, it's not architectural, it's not linear. I wanted to break the linear, flat look of this landscape because initially all the large grasses just lined the street in a line and just filled out helter-skelter throughout the landscape. So what I did is I broke up the line of large grasses so that it's more undulating and open. And within that opening, I put shrubs and tree shrubs to create more height within the garden so that there is a sense of different viewpoints throughout the garden. The ground cover, the shrubs, and then the trees, the tree shrubs. Getting back to the hardscape, this stone border for this bed undulates. And it's as if the stones had fallen into place. I did not put a stone wall for the planting beds that surround the sitting area because I didn't want the pathway to feel enclosed and once again linear. So instead, the planting beds are rounded, and they are rounded, and then they bring you into the sitting area, which you then step up to with this beautiful Utah tumble stone. The sitting area itself is surrounded by golden granite stone. So now I would like to talk about how we restructured the garden. As I said before, the lines were very simple and plain. It was a lawn. It sloped down to the street, even went below it. And so now we wanted to give it shape. And it also had these grasses, and the grasses were just lining the street. So we broke up that line to create a more fluid aspect. And what that does, we're actually creating depth and perspective in this garden, rather than it just being looked over. All of a sudden, your vision is arrested and stops in the garden and starts to explore the garden itself. And that's what we want to do. We want to direct the eye into the garden. And this garden has several layers. It has the lower layer, the ground layer, with all the flowering plants. And then it has the shrubs, the grasses throughout, and then the shrubs. And these will get 4.5 feet high. And this will also bring in more color. And I will come back and talk about the color the next time we walk through the garden. Then we have the ground covers. And notice how the textures also are distinct. And so that with this distinction between plants, the eye can rest and identify and enjoy each individual plant. And so it's not only the colors that the eye seeks out, but also the textures. So the very fine texture of the grasses, the more specific shape of the Salvia clevelandii, the very fine brilliance of the fuchsia. Notice the changes in the greens, the deep green of the ceanothus ground cover, the beautiful lime and deep green of the Arctostaphylos refugio. And this is a shrub tree. It grows very full, but it will grow to 8 feet. And once again, deepen the sense of privacy in this garden and place. So I just want you to follow the undulation. See how the plants are planted so that there is no straight line in this garden, right? And what that does, instead of the eye just looking over, instead it follows and flows through the different textures and colors in the garden. Here's another Arctostaphylos that is a shrub tree, and it will grow to be about 6 to 8 feet tall. And it has a different form, though. It is more like a ballerina, and it has this beautiful arc. You can follow it. It's gorgeous, I think. And then it is followed by the coyote bush, which is also a lighter green, and another Salvia clevelandii. So there's also things repeating throughout the garden, right, to create a structure. This will get to be 4.5 feet tall, once again, somewhat blocking the street and the driveway. And then we have the ground covers, which are the yarrows. And then once again, we have small shrubs here, this Arctostaphylos or Manzanita sunset, so called because the new growth comes out a really blush of a light pink, peach orange. Same thing we've done here. This, by the way, is the golden rod. We have shrubs here so that this will also enclose the space. And as you can see, these have gotten to be almost 5 feet tall. This new shrub will also complete this hedge, along with, these are also Manzanitas, Arctostaphylos, but of a shrub variety. And this is a coffee berry, a native coffee berry, the Mount San Bruno, and it will get to be this high. So once again, enclosing the garden and creating more of a sense of space, place, and privacy for Trina and Jeff when they are sitting in their lovely chairs. So now I'd like to talk more about the color scheme and how the colors connect the different parts of the garden. Here we have the yarrow, and it's yellow, flowering. This is the yarrow, moonshine. You'll notice its leaf is has a sage color, and you'll notice the other yarrows have different colored leaves. We will have pink flowering yarrow here, yarrow here, and red flowering yarrow in this bed. We also have the monkey flowers in that bed, which are orange. You'll see it growing throughout the hills here in California. And while it loves a really sunny spot in the hills in a garden, it's much more appropriate to place it in a somewhat semi-shaded area. It will last a lot longer and actually be more consistently prolific. Later in the season, the fuchsia will be flowering, and it is a soft orange color. Predominant color in this garden that brings everything together are the purples. And this is the Salvia clevelandii, Winifred Gilman. It has a deep, deep purple, and it comes in swirls. It's a really beautiful flower. And the woolly blue curl, which is just beginning to flower here. This is a hybrid. And we choose the hybrid because it establishes readily in a garden, unlike the main woolly blue curls. And its form is really lovely. It's just a round spherical form, and it's full, whereas the regular woolly blue curls is very sporadic and often doesn't succeed in a regular garden. The penstemon we have on either side of the sitting area as we do the woolly blue curls in the entry. Backing it, we have the Salvia chamaedroides, marine blue, the other side of the garden, which initially we were not going to develop because there was a huge ash tree here. But in a storm, 2 of its large limbs fell, one on the house, fortunately didn't harm it, and the owners decided to take it out. And so this left us another planting area to develop. We kept these 2 grasses in order to frame the bed, and then we put in these ground covers because we wanted it to be low because this is an opening and an entry to their home. And so we put in another Arctostaphylos, and now you can begin to see how versatile these Arctostaphylos manzanitas are. This is a Carmel Sur, and we brought this in because this is a really hot spot, and we felt like this ground cover manzanita would do really well here. We also have another salvia, which is the Salvia Darrow's Choice, which is a ground cover, and it gets to be about 1.5 feet high. It also does well in the shade. We had originally in this garden the coffeeberry, the Rhamnus californica, Mount San Bruno, and it was really failing. It was very small and scraggly and somewhat yellow. And when we did, and we do this every time, we do a soil test. We test for any inadequacies in the soil that won't support our California native plants properly. And we brought in the amendments and incorporate them, not simply throw them on the top of the soil, but we incorporate them 6-8 inches into the soil so that the soil is balanced for the native plants that are coming here and that we're going to plant. And as you can see, these coffee berries are doing beautifully right now. And they form like an arc. And behind it is a red bud. And it is a beautiful tree. I'm going to show it to you in a moment. That I've brought in a little later into the garden because I was looking for just the right kind of architecture. And it also, it's more open in its habitat, and it also grows in an arc naturally. And it will spread to 8-10 feet above the coffee berry and surrounding it like a welcoming arm. We ended up putting a few stones here so that they could walk to their sitting area without going to the path. And it just seemed like a sweet little extra to do. Something we tend to do. And here we have lower plants primarily backed by the another Salvia clevelandii Winifred Gilman. And as you can see, we have them placed strategically throughout the garden to connect this part of the garden to the other part of the garden. So I know most people are drawn when they go to a garden to the colors and the flowering. But very subtly, there's this wonderful interplay between the plants because of their difference in texture and all the subtleties in the different green colors that each plant has. Notice the fine feathering and filigree of the yarrow against the sleek, long lines of the grass. We have another walkway here. And in here we have poppies and blue-eyed grass. And the poppies come in many different colors, reddish, orange, and white. And here is, along the path here, I should say, we have the California aster. We have the Lepicina fragrance, the pitcher sage, which has a nice white lavender flower. And we have the evergreen ribes, which is native currant. We also have the evergreen ribes growing here as well. And once again, we have the bordering. We have the Arctostaphylos manzanita sunset bordering here to create definition between the garden and the driveway. And I think you can begin to see how the new growth has that nice orange glow and where it got its name from. This is the red bud I mentioned, and you can see I really looked long and hard and found this red bud, and it has a wonderful architecture. So it actually wasn't doing well. It wasn't taken care of in the nursery. So I kept it and have just planted it recently. So it's just establishing. And so it's not as grown in as the rest of the garden, but it will grow in and it will arch beautifully. And it will reach 8 feet. It can go 10 feet high, even higher if you wanted it to. And it will span out. It's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful shrub. And so here we have, once again, the height. We will have the height here that will define this area. And it will speak to the manzanitas once they grow. So there will be this little pop, pop, pop dialogue between the trees, connecting the garden together. And I think this begins to conclude our tour of the garden. And thank you for coming.
Right. Well, that was lovely, Lois. Thank you very much for that tour. Whoops, your audio is off. Can you turn it on?
Thanks. You're welcome.
It's a beautiful garden. It's just charming and just really beautiful and interestingly designed.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to speak to some of the practical concepts. And that is, as you mentioned before, I use a lot of the Arctostaphylos. I love them because they are so diverse. I mean, you've got ground covers, you've got shrubs, you've got trees with different forms. Some are, very full and others are very open. But also they're mycorrhizal. And what that means is that the mycorrhiza fungus grow on the roots and stuff. And so when I'm planting a garden, I'm not thinking of just planting specific plants, but I'm thinking about the community of plants, not just in terms of color and texture, but also under the ground. Under the ground, the roots are connecting with one another and creating a community and strengthening one another. The mycorrhiza form beyond the root ball. And so when we do, and you have to realize that most of the ground in this area has been disturbed. And so what we're doing, we're checking it out to see what is lacking to support California natives. We only add organic amendments to change to correct the pH level, to correct the nutrient level. We only add a small amount of compost that's recommended, actually, for California natives so that they can properly grow. I've worked with a lot of people who have done a lot of research and tried to create California native gardens on their own and have not been successful. And that's when they've brought me in. And so I'm approaching it from I don't want to simply amend the individual plants. I want to amend and create a landscape where the plants can grow to their fullest extent. So I just want to say that.
So I'm going to say that Lois, I overheard Lois and one of her clients talking about how they had tested the soil in this client's garden and how plants that were not doing well, I think they were coffee berries, like had flourished after they got these amendments. And in our yard, we had remodeled in 2020, and the plants were just not growing. And so I did something I'd never done before, which is I had a soil test from the place that Lois recommended, which was Perry Labs, Perry Labs, down near Gilroy, someplace.
In Watsonville.
Pardon me?
It's in Watsonville.
Watsonville, right. It was not cheap. It was $250. And I was a little like, yeah, but also like our plants weren't growing. So we had this whole like great design and bought the plants and had them installed. And a year later, they were still the same size they were the day they were planted. And I realized that the soil was just really compacted. It had tractors going over it and granite boulders on it and wood piles on it, lumber piles on it. And it wasn't until after we added the soil amendments, we requested the organic soil solution. And I can't remember. It was like chicken feathers and chicken something.
It's probably feather meal.
Feather meal, right? It was smelly, and bone meal, and I don't know, sulfur.
Yeah.
I forget, but it wasn't until we added those things and like complainingly dug them in that our plants finally started to grow. It was really a horrible job, but I thank Lois for the recommendation. Let me say that this is a beautiful garden. You can visit it on Sunday, May 4th on the Bringing Back the Natives garden tour. Lois will be there all day. She's going to be giving 2 talks on same topic, lawn conversion from a flat linear landscape to something far more interesting, which is what this garden is. So if you'd like to meet Lois or see this garden, I encourage you to go. It's the Horner Garden in Walnut Creek. Lois, thank you so much for joining us today.
Oh, my pleasure.
Oh, mine as well. You have a nice rest of your day, Lois.
Thank you.
Okay, let me see. I'm going now to talk about the Contra Costa Water District for a moment. Oh, before I do, let me just say, I hope you'll fill out your evaluations, both from yesterday, if you were with us yesterday, and for today. We'd love to see like what worked well for you with this program, and you know what suggestions that you have. So the Contra Costa Water District is a longtime sponsor of the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour, and I've enjoyed collaborating with their dedicated and hardworking staff over the years. If you live in Contra Costa County, if you live in the Contra Costa Water District service area, you'll be pleased to know that you can receive a lawn removal rebate of $1 per square foot, up to $2,000 total. And the district now allows you to receive a rebate for removing your back lawn as well as your front. The district also offers this fabulous landscape design assistance program. In this program, customers receive a free 2-hour consultation from a professional landscape designer that will help you explore ideas and make recommendations on the layout, plants, and other features that may work for your garden. You can visit ccwater.com/lawn-to-garden to find out more. This year, Contra Costa Water District staff will be tabling at 2 tour gardens, both on Sunday, May 4th. You can visit these gardens to find out more about their programs. This is Nancy Niemeyer's beautiful garden in Clayton, which is absolutely one of my favorites. It's the most colorful garden you'll ever see. And this is Gonzalo Minucci's garden in Concord. It contains dry creek beds that retain rainwater on site, both in the front and the backyards. And you can chat with district staff at either garden. I'm delighted now to welcome Susan Karasoff. Susan, are you with us?
I am.
All right, thank you for joining us today. So Susan gardens in San Francisco's clay and chert soil in former oak woodland. She is a member of the California Native Plant Society's Yerba Buena chapter. She reports that she takes an only the easiest plants survive approach to gardening. Susan reports that she grows a buffet of pollen specialist bee, edible, shade-tolerant, butterfly, caterpillar, and colorful native plants. But I know that Susan's passion is gardening for native bees, and I'm looking forward to learning more about them and the native plants that they need. So without anything further, let's go turn it over now to Susan to learn how to garden for native bees. Let me stop sharing. Okay.
Let's see if I can share. Great. So thank you for, can you hear me okay?
Can hear
Everything?
you just fine.
I'm Susan Karasoff from the California Native Plant Society Yerba Buena chapter. And we're going to talk about gardening for bees and the native plants that they love. Well, we're going to talk about what are native plants. Most of you know, but we're just going to check. What are pollen specialist bees, bee habitat needs, plant communities, specialist bee plants in the garden, container gardening for specialist bees, year-round wildlife, buffets, and the resources. So, yeah. So what are native plants? Native plants evolved here. They evolved in our local soil, with our local weather, with our dry summers, with our extremely variable monthly rainfall. We've had as little as 7 inches of rain in a year and as much as 50. So a few years ago when we had 32 and we lost a ton of trees, most of them introduced, well, that's not as much rain as we can get. And plants evolved in plant communities. So thank you, Lois, for talking about what's going on underground. When I have a choice, I really want to focus on planting so that plants that evolved together still have access to each other underground, because there are a variety of different root depths. Very, very shallow roots for things like our bulbs and our rhizomes and our annuals, to extremely deep roots like our oaks. And so those plants that evolve together will share resources underground with that mushroom fungi that Lois was talking about, the mycorrhiza fungi. There's different kinds of fungi. There's a new fungi game called Undergrove from the same person who came up with the board game Wingspan. So that's pretty fun if you want to spend more time just contemplating mushrooms and underground systems. But above ground, not everything can bloom all year long. It's just too hard on the plant. Each plant needs to take the amount of water that it got and sun or shade, and decide how many resources go to maintaining the root system so that it can make it through our dry summers, and then how much on leaves, how much on flowers, because flowers are expensive, pollen and nectar are expensive, they're metabolically expensive. And so these plants all evolve together in these different plant communities so that something is there to feed our bees and our pollinators. And there's a lot of great resources out there. East Bay Parks has got a really good reference. All bees, all of our native bees are habitat specialists. In other words, they are looking for the kind of nest that their ancestors made. They want to nest in the ground, many of them, including our bumblebees. Some of them nest in bunch grasses. Some of the ground nesting bees are actually dune nesting bees, and those bees want native plants only, no invasive plants. Picture that bee there is the silver digger bee. We thought it was extinct. And then it came back when the Presidio ripped up a bunch of ice plant and replanted with native plants, and the bee showed up. So that was amazing. Carpenter bees famously nest in dead wood, and we've got a bunch of bees that nest in stems. So elderberry is important to have in the garden if you've got room for it. Sunflowers, because those have got those hollow stems that bees like to nest in. I'm going to spend a lot of time talking about iNaturalist. I took none of the pictures in this presentation. Every picture I've got here came from iNaturalist, which is a free citizen science application with a lot of really fun bee projects. So if you like to spend a lot of time online looking at pictures of bees on flowers, or really any wildlife, any kind of flora, any kind of fauna, it's supported by the California Science Center. California Academy of Science in San Francisco, but it is a worldwide application available both on your phone and on the web. And there's a lot of really great bee projects, including a wonderful ground nesting bee project. There's a link at the bottom of the slide. So we have over 1,500 native bees in California. The honeybee is not native. It came from Europe, Asia, and Africa. It's evolved there. It's really great at pollinating things like lemon trees that it co-evolved with and other citrus, but not as great at pollinating some of our local plants. And so if California went to all the trouble to evolve over 1,500 species of bees, well, we should be feeding them. And of those over 1,500 species of native bees, we've got generalist bees like our bumblebees. They can put any kind of pollen with a little bit of nectar to stick it together for baby bee lunch boxes that they're making for the eggs and larvae. But we've got what's called pollen specialist bees. And so that's going to be the focus for most of the rest of the talk. We didn't name this pollen specialist bees because we figured no one would show up. But all of the plants that feed pollen specialist bees will also feed generalist bees, and actually almost all of them feed honeybees as well if you are worried about honeybee forage. So they'll feed any bee that can show up, and they bloom at different times. And it's just really fun to see the variety of different kinds of plants that native bees loved so much that they only use that pollen or a small set of pollen to put those lunch boxes together for their babies. So I'm just going to spend most of the rest of this time talking about these plants that feed the pollen specialist bees, because as Doug Tallamy said yesterday, we need to feed our specialist insects. And it turns out that our pollen specialist bees, which are over 600 species of bees, so quite a number of our bees, those are some of the specialist insects that we need to plant for in our landscape, in addition to the caterpillars, butterfly and moth caterpillars that we need to feed. And there is a great project on iNaturalist that has pictures of California native bees, and another one that has got pictures of the pollen specialist bees. So we talked about where bees nest. It's important to keep in mind that when you can, if you can put this into your space, we want to plant for a year-round buffet if you are in a frost-free zone. And in a frost zone, you want to plant to make sure that there is something blooming every day, that something can bloom. And so these are all just pollen specialist bee plants. Each one of those cute little markers tells you how many pollen specialist bees that particular plant's pollen feeds. And so we'll go through all of these plants and more, because there's more plants than I could manage to put on this chart. But it gives you an idea of the variety of the pollen specialist bees that need each one of these plants.
Can I ask you a question before you leave this chart? It's a fantastic chart. So does this like go January, February, like seaside daisies blooming January, February, and then the willow is March, April? Is that how it goes?
Yes, and some of these actually bloom longer. The goldenrod's a very long bloom. I love long blooming plants. I have a small garden, and so I want more bang out of the buck. And manzanita is very long blooming. So seaside daisies long blooming, camisonia is long blooming, manzanitas are long blooming, woolly sunflowers long blooming. A lot of these are long blooming plants. And there will be a notation for every plant as we go through. It'll have a little clock. And my requirement for long blooming is you have to bloom for at least 3 months. We've got some that bloom 5 or 6. It's fantastic. But yeah, that's the winter blooming plants are special because they've only gotten about half their rain, and they're gambling. They're like, well, I'm assuming I'm going to get some more rain, and I'm going to go ahead and bloom now, because very, very few native plants bloom in the winter. It was another reason Lois had all these great reasons to add manzanitas to gardens, but my favorite one is to make sure that I've got something to feed my bees. Now, manzanitas are going to need full sun, but we've got other plants. Seaside daisy can take a little bit of shade, and we'll get to some plants later that can actually take more shade than that. I do have a generalist bee favorite chart towards the end that includes some of those winter blooming plants. And then everything in California wants to bloom March to June, because that's when you know how much rain you got, and you can do that math about roots versus leaves versus flowers and pollen and nectar. So it's really important to plant things that are blooming July to October or November, because that's going to feed so many of the adult bees as well as other adult pollinators like butterflies. And so sunflowers, goldenrod, mock heather, grindalea. I've had grindalea that is blooming into January, which is just what a tough plant. Buckwheat, thistle, coyote bush, golden aster, a lot of these summer and early fall plants are long blooming. And I'm just so grateful. I can see why a pollen specialist bee would just go, yeah, this is fine to just feed only this pollen to my baby bees, because these plants are around a lot. Well, they got taken out of our landscape, but now we can put them back in, and they'll be around for a long time. It's astonishing. Even a first year golden aster I had blooming, well into December. So these are great plants. The currant, a wonderful plant, really great, starting in December, blooming through February, and just a gorgeous, long chandelier-like blossoms. Most of them are pink, so pretty, and just great at feeding not only those early arriving queen bumblebees, but also overwintering hummingbirds that would really rather have their territory and have food that they've got every day. And so those are important plants to have in the landscape. So pollen specialist bees. I spend a lot of time in Excel, possibly too much. And this is the list sort of from outstanding to still really good, from the sunflowers down through the thistles and the golden bush. This is a great, just a great list. Not all of these plants will work in your garden. A lot of these plants need very specific soil, so some of them are going to need well-draining soil. Have I tried to modify my soil I have clay soil, to make it well-draining? I have. Has that been successful? It has not. I am a terrible gardener, or it just doesn't work. So now I focus on the plants that can survive in clay. And a lot of these plants can survive in both, but just be sure when you're shopping, regardless of how great mock heather is, it wants well-draining soil, as opposed to sunflowers that can really take any kind of soil. Keep in mind that introduced plant pollen is going to feed very few specialist baby bee species. The same problem that we've got with introduced plant leaves feeding our butterfly and moth caterpillars. It just doesn't work. Nectar's nice, but it's not enough. We need specialist pollen for our bees, and we need special leaves for our butterflies and moths. Jared Fowler is the guy that pulled all this information together, and he's got a website with all of it. I may have spent too much time on his website putting all this into Excel, but so that I could understand what really makes sense in the garden and what's really great. So of all of California's plant pollens, and I want to be specific, this is interestingly like our butterfly species. Some of them need plant leaves at the species level, and a lot of those butterflies are unfortunately endangered. So species mean, if we're talking sages, hummingbird sage, white sage, purple sage, black sage, those are plant species. We're going to go one level up for pollen specialist bees and for the pollen that's needed for our native bees. According to Jared Fowler's research that he's pulled together, we're okay at the genus level. So that's one level up. So for sages, that would be sage. We've got a few pollen specialist bees. The famous one is the squash bee, and it can take pollen from anything in the squash family, which is much larger. And we've got another one that can take anything in the aster family, which is hilariously large. So we will see those as we go through the presentation, but keep in mind that those bees are fine. You should still plant for them. In fact, This entire presentation is really just an excuse for you to put in another native plant or another set of native plants. So we've got 68 native plant pollens feeding 600 specialist bees. And then there's this thing called solo specialist bees. I've named them solo because the name that the research has given them is monolecty or ogliolecty. Seriously, I'm not going to remember that word. Or really, I'm sure I'm mispronouncing it. And introduced plant pollen is just not going to feed these solo specialist bees, baby bees, at all. So if you look at this list versus this list, it's really different. And look on there, we've got bulbs, we've got annuals. So if what you've got is a container garden, you're fine. There's so much you can do for pollen specialist bees and solo pollen specialist bees. It's just great to do. And so many of these plants, actually all of these plants are gorgeous. The colors and shapes that they're using to attract us with our eyes, they're using to attract bees as well.
Can I just confirm, Susan, do you mind if I pop in with a question?
Sure.
So when you say solo specialist bees, is this like the monarch butterfly? Like they must have this plant and this plant only?
So all of these feed all kinds of bees. Yeah, these just take this plant genus. It's terrifying. Yeah, it's that scary. We need these plants. And so we need actually more than these plants. And the star on the top right there, you're going to see that next to every picture of a pollen specialist bee that you see in this presentation, and also next to the plants as we go through. So yeah, terrifying. We've got to have these in our landscape to have 231 of our 1,500 bees. Terrifying. Also an opportunity. So if we take the opportunity approach, this is fabulous. Let's put these in. Let's put them in right now. And so let's look at that Talamy list. This is the butterfly and moth list. And if you look at this list, you can see that milkweed doesn't even make the list. It feeds like 4 caterpillar species according to Calscape. And so this list is really different than this list. Pollen specialist bees, solo pollen specialist bees, butterfly and moth caterpillars. Wow, really different lists. And so if what you are thinking to yourself is, hey, should I just plant any native plant I want that might be pretty local to my region? Yes, please do that, because there is no way I can get anyone to show up for a beetle pollination presentation. And beetle pollinated plants include things like western wild ginger and spice bush. And there's exactly no way I could get people to show up for a gnat pollinated plant. But for all of you who are planting pipevine aristolochia for the Dutchman, for the pipevine swallowtail butterfly, which is absolutely gorgeous, and that caterpillar only eats the leaves of that plant is gnat pollinated. Winter blooming, gnat pollinated. And not only do the gnats need it, but your hummingbirds need to eat those gnats. They are their favorite little bit of protein. Hummingbirds are tiny. They can only eat tiny insects. Gnats are their favorite. Winter arriving gnats help them get the protein that they need for the eggshells for their babies. So when you plant for the pipevine, you plant for the gnats, and you're planting for hummingbirds. Is this on any of these sheets? It is not. So really, just plant everything you want. I give you permission. So let's meet the pollen specialist bees. And we're going to meet them in their plant communities, because not only did plants evolve together, but insects evolved with those plants. So let's talk grassland and prairie first. Grassland is such a weird word for what California has. We've just got the most gorgeous flowers in our grasslands. Grasses are important. You're not going to see them for the rest of this presentation because they're really feeding caterpillars, and then those seeds are feeding birds. They don't happen to feed any pollen specialist bees, but there's a bunch of flowers that are also in our grasslands, and they're gorgeous. So for all of you who are just incredibly fond of Mariposa lily, calicortis, go buy them all. It's important to have that pollen in our garden. For all of you who love sunflowers, yeah, go put those in. 100 pollen specialist bees. And look at the stars. Each and every one of these gorgeous specialist bees needs pollen from one native plant genus. One. Just sunflowers, just Mariposa lilies, just poppies, just coyote mint. Amsynchia, I hear, is really hard to grow. But if you are good at that or have seeds, give that a try because we've got a pollen specialist bee that needs it. More grassland and prairie bees that need meadow foam. Meadow foam, oh, by the way, makes the most delicious flavored honey. So Larner Seeds has got seeds for so many of these plants that we've got in this presentation, as do some of the other great seed specialists, California native seed specialists. But Meadow Foam makes particularly delicious honey that Larner sells on their website, and I know that we've got it at Rainbow Grocery. I finally heard about it from some honey beekeeper and tried it, and it does indeed taste like toasted marshmallows. So yeah, another good excuse. Plus, look at all the pollen specialist bees, the solo pollen specialist bees that need meadow foam. There's a bee that needs death camas and just death camas pollen, which is astonishing to me. And we still have them in the landscape somehow. Just be real careful with death camas. It'll really kill you. So just be careful with that in the landscape. There's one little guy. That picture on the lower right-hand side. That is the only picture of that bee on all of iNaturalist, and it's not even on a flower. And it uses California goldfield. Real cute plant. We don't have enough of it in the landscape. So that Andrina in the middle and lower, it can use both the heterotheca, which is the fancy name for golden aster, and goldenrod. Again, these are all grassland and prairie plants. More grassland and prairie specialist bees because it's sunny and it's beautiful. And these bees can use a much wider variety of pollen. But I mean, look at all the different ones and take a look at that variety of different plants. Like that pollen just must be so delicious. Chaparral, also some great plants. The thistles, it's real interesting. Get to know your thistles. Some of them are invasive and some of them are really needed for our pollen specialist bees, including the pollen specialist bees that only use thistles. That far top right is that squash bee. Again, squash family. I include the word family because boy, can it take a lot of different pollen from a lot of different plants. And that bee is still available in our landscape, and it's got a huge range. Mexico, the US, and Canada. And then we're down to the manzanitas. Oh my goodness, we have solo pollen specialist bees for those. So you have permission to go add one of those to your landscape. And then we've got bees that need buckwheat and chamois. And then oak woodland specialist bees. We don't have as many bees in a shady landscape, but we somehow have 4 pollen specialist bees. We've got a total of 12 for Clarkia, actually, but I was able to find pictures of 4 of them. Phacelia, a ton of solo pollen specialist bees. So Phacelia is just gorgeous. It does prefer some sun. Clarkia can really take some shade. Almost all the Phacelias are annuals. All the Clarkias are annuals. There's one Phacelia that is a short, actually fairly long-lived, drought-tolerant, sun-loving plant in clay or sandy soil, but most of them are relatively shade-friendly annuals. And so you can grow all of these in a north-facing container on a balcony. Just works great. More solo pollen specialist bees. Rye bees are currants. Thank you very, very much again to everyone who takes pictures of bees on plants. There are very few pictures of this current specialist bee, and that one's from one of the someone who takes just fabulous pictures of bees down in San Diego. There are baby blue eyes specialists. It's an annual. That ribes, by the way, those currants, those are winter blooming. Important to have in the garden. Some of the currants can take shade, some of them can't, so just be real specific. And some of them have specific soil needs, but that baby blue eyes, ooh, that can take a lot of shade. Checker bloom, lower left, that can take part shade. It is summer deciduous, so some of you may consider it less cute in the garden, but I love anything pink. So it's gorgeous. And also it's a solo pollen specialist bee. We do have a really cute bee that loves to have the red buds and the vacciniums and lupins. And so the red bud is a gorgeous tree. And those are wonderful plants in the garden. And for those of you who have very, very sandy soil because you are on a former dune or dune scrub, you're near the Sacramento River, more solo pollen specialist bees for the sun cups and for lupins and for the lotus. And then we've got some that can just take a lot more, lupins, lotus, astragalus, but a lot of these plants are going to need well-draining soil. So the lower left, that picture was taken on a project for the San Francisco Port, Pier 94. That is the only picture of that bee, that pollen specialist bee in all of San Francisco, because the port redid it and they redid that port, Pier 94, with native plants. We now have that bee in San Francisco. I am so grateful. And more dune and dune scrub plants. And wetlands. So for those of you who have a creek or a pond or a marsh or an alkali sink, there's 3 beautiful bees that just need heliotrope. There's a pollen specialist bee that just needs the willows. Some pollen specialist bees that just need ranunculus, and another one that just needs trifolium. So, oh my goodness, if you have those, please put in these plants. Oh, and there's only 2 trees in all of this presentation. So a lot of trees for butterflies and moths, only a couple of trees in this one, and that is the redbud and the willow. I'm not going to spend any more time other than this chart on desert plants because I don't understand them or know anything about them. But some of them have, there are some pollen specialist bees that need bladder pod and cactus and yerba santa and cryptantha. So more information on Jared Fowler, or you can just take those names, go to Calscape, and find what's close to you. So let's talk about native bee plants in the gardens. You met our bees. We're going to talk about number of baby bee specialist bees fed by the plant pollen, the stars for those solo pollen specialist bees, the little clock if it's at least 3 months of bloom, and we'll include those butterfly and moth caterpillar species fed by the plant leaves because they're really different. And it's fun to compare them. And there are a few plants, like we just saw in the wetlands, where they're going to need more water. And so it's going to have a cute raindrop in case you have access to something that needs a lot more water, but the rest of these are drought-tolerant plants. We'll talk about ground covers, shorter flowers, grasses. Oh, we will not talk about grasses. That needs to be off. Compact shrubs, vines and trees, containers, generalist bee favorites, and tough plants. Tough plants for those of you who aren't good gardeners or have no time or some combination of the above. So let's look at sandy ground covers because there just seems to be so many. Seaside daisy can handle some clay, but I've got it in clay on flat areas and I've got it in clay on sloping areas, and it just needs some drainage. So Calscape says it can take clay. Not really. But the rest of these absolutely need sand. So if you've got sandy soil, they're fantastic. And ground covers that can take any soil, that includes the checker bloom and the creeping snowberry. Creeping snowberry can take a lot of shade. I have it in a ridiculously shady space. We don't have a lot of pollen specialist bees that use it, but we have some. Same thing with checker bloom. So it's just an excuse for you to get these plants. Shorter flowers. There's the bush sunflower, not a flower, and Celia is its own thing. California aster, super tough plant, late blooming. Look at those 34 specialist bees. Lomatium, a little hard to find in the nurseries, but specialist bees. Coyote mint, it's got just the one specialist bee, but it only uses coyote mint, and coyote mint is just wonderful. Can take a lot of heat. In the mint family, edible. The flowers are edible, the leaves are edible, extremely minty, very long blooming, just very showy. It's a great plant. You need an excuse to put that plant in your garden, and this is your excuse. California poppy is just classic, fabulous, and great for bees. And they've got not only 10 pollen specialist bees, but some of those just use poppies. And Amsynchia, the fiddleneck, if you can grow it, that would be great. And more shorter flowers, just again for sand, well-draining soil, mock heather, dune golden bush, milk vetch, cinquefoil, and agaceras. So some of you can grow these. Mock heather is just really important, but again, only really if you've got sand. Compact shrubs. So deerweed's interesting. It's really classically a dune scrub plant, but it does fine on clay. So go ahead and put that in. Evening primrose is very, I think the word is aggressive. It'll just seed everywhere, but 18 pollen specialist bees, and some of them are solo specialist bees. So consider putting that in especially if you've got a public space that could just use a lot of this plant. You put in one, you get a lot later. Senecio is a little hard to find in the nursery trade, but an important pollen specialist bee plant. Yarrow is a very tough plant, and it can take some shade, and just really easy to grow. Mueller's is really fun. Pearly Everlasting is fun. So these are lower growing, but great bee attractants. Again, I'm showing you the pollen specialist bees, but all the generalist bees love these too. Be a little careful when you buy these particular shrubs. They can really vary in terms of what they need for soil. Some of the grindaleas are super tough, any soil, but some of them just have to have well-draining. Same with lupin. Some of them are really tough. Some of them have to have well-draining soil. Golden aster can go anywhere from flat to not flat. Manzanitas are very soil specific. Monkey flower is not only soil specific, but also water specific. Some of those need a lot of water. And buckwheat can be soil specific, so be careful with those. It just, I can happily just go into a nursery and fill a cart full of plants because my garden's full, but I plant in public green spaces. But I just have to be careful when I'm buying these plants to get one that will do fine in the soil that I'm going to put it into. These are sunny evergreen shrubs. Woolly sunflower. Lepicinia just has the one pollen specialist bee, and that bee can actually take some other things in the sage family, but it's a really pretty, very tough, very long blooming plant. California lilac. I was out looking at plants and bees on plants yesterday because it was a pretty day and I could. And the bees were all on the lupins and the California lilacs and the poppies. So California lilac, again, soil specific. Be careful. And they can go from flat to shrubby to tree form. So just give a little bit more thought as to which one you get. But the bees just adore it. Covered with bees yesterday. Thistles. just so showy. And the native plant nurseries have a lot of those. And then the sages are interesting. Mine is blooming its little heart out, but my bees would rather be on California lilac. Sage is one of the few plants I would say go taste a little bit of a leaf when you're at a nursery and pick one where you like the flavor best and then cook with that sage. If you cook with sage, if you don't, just put in your local one. But I've noticed that when I put sage into my landscape and then I put other things in the mint family, so Yerba Buena, Stachys, um, Lepichinia, that the plants that the caterpillars love the most, that the butterfly and moth moms are laying the eggs on, that's the Stachys. Less on the sage, less on the Lepichinia, and less on the Yerba Buena. So both of those, the Lepichinia and the sage, are really more for some pollen specialist bees that have got more choices than the mint family. And some of these shrubs can take some shade. Goldenrod can take some shade. Coyote bush can take some shade. They prefer full sun, but they can take some. Yerba Santa, I have not grown this, but Calscape says it can take some shade, so it's on this chart. If anybody knows better, please let me know. And huckleberry really can take some shade. It turns out it needs a tiny bit of sun to be able to flower and fruit. But boy, can it take a lot of shade. Slow growing, evergreen, delicious fruit. I love that plant. And for deciduous shrubs, we're back to the currants and snowberry. Snowberry comes in two versions, the flat version and the shrub version. They're both deciduous. There is one currant that is not from Southern California. That's a Catalina perfume. The rest of them are all deciduous, and just be careful with the soil needs on that. A lot of them can take well draining as well as clay soil. Some of them really need well draining soil. But it's
Susan, with the snowberry, is it equally as valuable if it's the low growing, crawling version as opposed to the shrub version? Are they equally as valuable?
Yes, and so you can use either one of them in your landscape. So and that's why this is sort of put by landscape use. They seem to be equally valuable in terms of the Jared Fowler website. He's just got it at Symphocarpus, so just at the genus level. I wouldn't eat those berries though. Those berries you can eat, except again for Catalina perfume. There's no data on that I can find. The rest of the currants you can eat, but the snowberry don't eat. Las Politas says that it tastes like ivory soap, so no, yeah, don't eat that. But the birds will eventually eat it. So the things that taste not so great to humans, which is snowberry and coffeeberry, seem to be the last things that the birds will eat in the landscape. But because I've got some landscapes that are just absurdly, just ridiculously shady, like eye-wateringly shady. So tall buildings on the south side of these landscapes, they'll never get sun. And snowberry does just fine. And so they do get pollinated and we do get berries. So the bees seem happy, even if the birds are like, yeah, not hungry enough yet. So Calistegia. I grew this when I lived in Southern California, and it's aggressive. It will just cover your landscape. It's fine if you don't mind a more relaxed looking landscape. That's Calistegia. So it does have some pollen specialist bees, and so it is good for your landscape if you can deal with that. And the redbud is the only other tree in this presentation. It does need some water. Oh dear, I'm sorry, it needs a little raindrop there. But it doesn't need as much water as the willow does, and it's gorgeous. You need an excuse for this tree if you have room for it. And for wet habitat, so this is for your pond, your marsh, your creek, the area right underneath your bird bath. I mean, not a willow, that's going to need more water, but the other ones you could put near a bird bath. Dogwood, oh my gosh, it's so much work. It's a thicket. A willow, also a thicket. If you've only got room for one thickety plant, choose the willow just because it can feed more more caterpillars as well as more specialist bees. But if you've got room for two, please put them both in. Room and water. Boy, do they need it. So container gardening, isn't that adorable? That's Clarkia. Oh my gosh, so gorgeous. So sunflower, this plant didn't fit into any of my other discussions. And so I apologize for the fact that it's late in the presentation, but this is the most important plant you can put in your garden. It's tall, it's long blooming, it's depending on which one you get, some of them need more water than the others. But boy, is it tough. And you can plant that with something else that needs a stem to grow up because it'll get pretty tall. 100 pollen specialist bees. Your sunflowers will be covered with bees. And we still have sunflower pollen specialist bees in the landscape because a lot of people still plant sunflowers. So yay planting sunflowers. The same thing with poppies. We still have poppy pollen specialist bees in the landscape because so many of us plant poppies. And because many of us plant Mariposa lilies, but more of us could, all 10 of those are solo pollen specialist bees. So yeah, more of those, please. And these need deeper containers. Sunflowers and poppies both have root systems that look like little daggers, which is also great if you are redoing a hillside and need something to help hold that hillside for the first year, in addition to some netting. Consider putting in these annuals. They'll help hold that hillside until your other hillside holders like California lilac and toyons and coyote bush really get established. Oh, and oaks, if you have room for one. Clarkia, oh my gosh, so beautiful, so many different colors and shapes, and they're just fantastic fantastic for bees, fantastic for caterpillars. There is the Mariposa Forester caterpillar on the lower right, that adorable little guy. They just like to eat Clarkia, and they really prefer Clarkia and Guiculata. So you need that in your landscape, and it can take quite a bit of shade. So yeah, you have permission. Go get some of that. So Clarkia, Phacelia, baby blue eyes, Gilia, they can all take some shade, and Clarkia can really take a lot of shade. And the baby blue eyes so far can take a lot of shade too. And all of them have got solo pollen specialist bees. Terrifying, yet opportunities. And for sunny container plants, Tidy Tips, Goldfields, Meadowfilm, Madia, the lupins, it comes both in the shrub sort of the shrub version as opposed to the annual version. But if what you've got are containers, yeah, there are lupins that'll do just great. You do want to have cactus mix or something well draining in that container. Those lupins have to, all of the lupins, the annual lupins really need well draining soil. And the rest of these are all pretty tough plants. Death Camas, I have not grown and will not grow. But if someone else knows more about growing it, it's a bulb. So I've only seen it at national parks because, yeah, but that bee needs it. So yeah, if that's appealing to you, go for it. So you sat through this presentation and you're like, oh no, you have missed my bee's favorite plants. Well, hopefully this set of bee favorite plants is covering your bee's favorite plants. And if I'm missing something, if you've just sat through this presentation and you're looking at this and you're like, oh no, my bee's favorite plants are something else, please put that in the chat because I need to know about that plant. So for those of you who are planting milkweed for monarch butterfly caterpillars, it turns out it's an important generalist plant. So I see a ton of bees on it. It blooms late in the season. It'll start blooming around August, and it'll just keep blooming, and just super helpful to have in the landscape. woolly blue curls that Lois just talked about. It's not local here, but it is local down in Central Coast, and those leaves are delicious. It's an edible, it's in the mint family, so it's entirely edible. Those leaves are tasty, and I have that in my garden as an edible plant. The onions are important, weirdly. So all of these have got butterfly symbols because the leaves also feed butterflies. So if you look all the way in January, barberry can take full shade, deep shade. Believe me, I am testing it, and it is doing just fine. Doesn't feed a lot of caterpillars, but it does feed early arriving queen bumblebees and overwintering hummingbirds. Strawberry seems to have a long bloom, especially if you've got a nice patch of it. And then we start with spring and just everything's blooming. Cherries, maples, stachys, we talked about that earlier as a favorite for a lot of the mint family caterpillars that eat something in the mint family. The stachys is the favorite. Bee plant, named that way for a reason. Fiesta flower, coral bells, big favorite. Yerba buena, also in the mint family. When it's in bloom in May, my bees adore it. Dune tansy, if it's got dune or seaside or ocean in the name, it probably needs well-draining soil, and dune tansy is one of those. Clematis, boy, is that a tough plant. Cow parsnip's tough. Penstemmon's gorgeous, but it's soil specific. What the mallows, so not native to me, but I have one because it's gorgeous. And my mother-in-law in the East Bay has one. Those are long blooming plants, like 3 months in a drought year, 5 months in a wet year. So it just blooms and blooms and blooms. And that is Malacca thamnus, always covered with bees and just great to have in the landscape, and real pretty. Although pick one that's the size you want, because it's not one of those plants you can just trim up. Like the elderberry is a bush, but you can trim it up to be a tree. The mallow will laugh if you are trimming it up. It's like, oh, you didn't mean to do that. You were just browsing. I'm sure you were hungry. Here, I'm going to go grow back to the exact same shape and size I intended to be. So yeah, just be careful with that. It's a great plant. And for those of you who are just not good gardeners or you're busy, please put everything in at the start of the rainy season. So that's usually November, but do not plant anything. Keep it in pots, keep it watered until the soil cools down and it's rainy, and then put these guys in. Really tough. If you're like, I don't know my soil, sunshade, I don't know. You will know if you are in extremely deep shade. The rest of these can handle light shade. Not all the grindaleas are tough, but Camporum and Hirsutella both are. Poppies are tough, coyote bush is tough, all the Clarkias are tough. Yarrows are tough, and the California aster is really tough. So great things to have in the landscape, really tough. You can plant for bees. The thing I hear most from people who have honeybees is please plant more forage for bees. Even if you don't have time or talent, these will work. So let's look at the all year buffet, because that's all I really want to do is feed everything in my ecosystem. Feed the baby insects, the insects that feed the rest of our ecosystem. We talked about the bee buffet earlier. Here's the butterfly buffet. So this is the adult butterfly buffet. All of those little captions, the numbers, those are talking about caterpillars. Here we're talking about adults. What are the adults able to eat when they arrive, when they hatch? This is what they can eat. And a lot of these will also feed your bees and your pollen specialist bees. Hummingbirds. So these are interesting. I see fewer bees on those tubular plants. I will see male honeybees on my California fuchsia they're just confused. They got kicked out of the hive. It's August, it's dry. They have to fend for themselves. But a lot of these really were made for hummingbirds to pollinate. I mean, I don't see bees on my hummingbird sage. I see hummingbirds on them. Manzanitas, barberry, I'll see bees and hummingbirds. Currant, I'll see bees and hummingbirds. But the rest of these, maple, I'll see bees and hummingbirds. penstemon bees and hummingbirds, monkey flower bees and hummingbirds, coyote mint bees and hummingbirds, but hummingbird sage, columbine, California fuchsia, those seem to be really hummingbird specific. So just because hummingbirds are generalists doesn't mean that we can't also plant to feed them. And people, we get to eat, and there's all kinds of delicious native plants. All of our sages are edible. Yerba buena is delicious. Miner's lettuce. Right now, mine is up and blooming. The strawberries, the onions, chia sage, thimbleberry, so delicious. We have native hazelnuts, the salmonberries. Thimbleberry and salmonberry are both in the raspberry family. Huckleberries in the blueberry family, but more delicious. Red maids, blue dips, blue elderberry, yampa. So some of these plants, a few of them need to be cooked, but the rest of them are edible. And the special search word for this is ethnobotany. Some of those things like coyote mint doesn't actually bloom that late, but the greens are edible that late because it is a perennial plant. So where can you find more information? We're going to look at iNaturalist, Doug Tallamy, Calscape, where you can find sources for the native plants. We'll look at CalFlora, native plant lists, bee books, and bee podcasts and identification tools. iNaturalist, there is a project just on pollen specialist bees. That is Mount Diablo. Those very few red dots are our pollen specialist bees. This just makes me frantic to plant more pollen specialist bee plants. That's just me, though. So this is a different project. This is the East Bay, Contra Costa, and Alameda counties native ecosystems. Those red dots are butterflies, some of the moths that are threatened and endangered, and specialist bees, pollen specialist bees. And the green dots are all of the native plants that you have put in or that are remaining in our ecosystem. So thank you so much. You guys are planting a ton of native plants. It's impressive. And because you are, we've got red dots. We've got insects that depend on them. And if you're looking at those dots and you're like, hey, some of those dots are kind of see-through, that's because either the plant or the insect is endangered or threatened. And so the location is not specific. So I do not mean to pick on the Richmond. My neighborhood looks like this too, but we could all be planting more native plants, plant them in corridors so that insects can get back and forth, and then we'll have more insects. Doug Tallamy spoke yesterday, and these are his top practices in case you missed it. He's got his own website for Homegrown National Park, and then everything he was paid to pull in by the USDA back in 2016 at the county level. It talks about that on the NWF Native Plant Finder website. And he's talking about planting those keystone plants, a variety of local native plants. You've just seen why. Planting for those special pollinators and caterpillars. Leaving some leaves on the ground. I realize close to your house, not so safe for fire, but find some patches if you can to leave those on the ground. Coordinate with your neighbor to plant some native plants so that you've got that butterfly, caterpillar, pollen specialist bee corridor. Please avoid spraying insecticide or herbicide. Or rodenticide or fungicide. Build a conservation hardscape, advocate for native plants, remove your lawn, and remove invasive species. CNPS has always had a great plant selection tool, but it's updated and it's just gorgeous. And so you can go back and forth between plants and the different kinds of butterflies that they feed. The sunflower, for instance, feeds the painted lady. You can go back and forth on that. And they are going to add some bee information. It's just not there yet. And then for every one of those plants, they also include the nurseries and where those nurseries are located. So you can either contact the nursery and have them ship. Certainly the seed people will ship, and or you can go visit because, ooh, they're amazing. Keep in mind that Calscape has got a 10-mile radius, so always check your soil type. If you've got something that's a little unusual, you want to know if these plants will be all right for sand or for an alkali sink. Choose local native plants when you can. Both Calscape and Calflora have got good range maps, and Calflora's also got just a really great and more specific map for when things bloom. And so that helps make sure that not everything in your garden is going to bloom March to June, because sometimes that happens. Do try to plant something for fall and summer, fall, and winter. At the California Native Plant Society Yerba Buena chapter, we've just got a ton of plant lists because I can't stop making plant lists, and we've had volunteers help us make some of these into something that's pretty looking. And the Native Here Nursery that CMPS East Bay has got some great plant lists, including some for bees as well as for caterpillars. So definitely check them. There are some wonderful bee books. UC Berkeley, Gordon Franke, amazing. He's got a website. I guess he's a professor emeritus now at UC Berkeley, but Help Bee website. He's got California Bees and Blooms, and Gretchen Labune at San Francisco State has got the Bee Friendly Garden. They're both beautifully, beautifully written, and lots of great websites to help us choose and to understand the bee lifestyle. I mean, I want to understand the bee lifestyle. What do they need? What do each one of them need? There's a wonderful podcast called Pollination from Oregon State, and we've got a lot of the same bees that Oregon does. And they recently developed identification keys to the Pacific Northwest bees. Again, because we share a lot of their same bees, those are going to be actually some of the best bee identification tools that we can use. There are not a lot of bee taxonomists in the world. And so this helps those of us who want to become better at that. And all of these things are free. The Pollination Podcast is free. The bee tools are downloadable from Oregon State's website. It's pretty great. We are the California Native Plant Society. We are the Yerba Buena chapter. We have free lectures, free hikes. We do restoration. We do advocacy. We've got flyers you can find on our website. Thank you for planting for baby insects, because together we are a force of nature.
Wow, that was fantastic. Thank you so much. So I saw a number of comments in the chat. People enjoyed your presentation. So I have some questions. And Jennifer, if you're still with us, you can feel free and unmute yourself and pop in. I know you had helianthus, I think, as the most valuable plant. If you were to suggest like 5 plants, and people should just say, I'm starting with these plants and then I'm going to go on from there. Can you do that, or is that just like choosing which of your 5 children are your most favorite?
That's just great. So if I were going to choose a bunch of plants to start with, oh dear, I would be somewhere between the easy plants and yeah, I would be somewhere around the easy plants. Start with some of these annuals if you've got space. Annuals and bulbs, they're great, they're easy, they're pretty, they're attractive to bees, and they're attractive to us. And when I do put some plants in, I always put annuals in between them so that there is something growing there while the perennials are working on their root systems. And so I would start with Clarkia and Phacelia and baby blue eyes. And I will warn you about Calochortus, the Mariposa lilies. They are so beautiful. You will want them all. Now I warned you. Yeah, go get them all. And poppies and sunflowers. So this might just sound way too easy, but those are the ones. And then the other ones would be the tough plants. California aster, because it's late blooming. Grindalia is late blooming. Farewell to Spring Clarkia is actually summer blooming. Coyote bush is late blooming. Yarrow's long blooming. My ask is that people try to put in these late blooming plants. These would be the other ones. Is that too much? That's more than 5.
No, that's great. And I remember when we spoke before, you said every garden should have a helianthus. And that really inspired me because I don't have a helianthus, but I've been wanting to get one ever since.
Yeah. And Clarkia. It's just too easy. But California's got 6,000 native plants.
Mhm. And
Well, Kathy, you asked me if I'm still here. It's Jennifer Dirking. And I want to say great presentation, Susan. I'm so excited to add to our, keystone species garden with more of these bee plants. But I also was thinking about the time of year, like this is a good time to start plants. Like normally you start in the fall, but start plants like the helianthus now. They'll come up and grow. Is that your experience? And even the Grindalia, maybe as a perennial, could start it now. The annuals are harder to start now, right? Or is it not too late?
Um, I am a terrible gardener. Like truly, I'm not kidding. I'm
Me
bad.
too. No, we're in the same boat.
And so I put everything in November and December, everything.
Mhm, mhm.
Um, I did put some annuals into a new spot as late as January, and they are coming up. The thing about annuals is if you water them, they'll perform.
Oh,
So I
great.
go ahead and try them now. It is April, so now's a really great time to sort of plan for November, but it's worth trying. Go ahead and get a packet of seeds and don't use all of it. Like put some of it down, water, 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 water. Miner's lettuce needs like 7 or 8 inches of rain. So just keep watering. A lot of these grow all the way down to San Diego, but they do need some water because they are expecting to really come up during the rainy season. So just keep watering. When in doubt, if it's an annual, keep watering. The same thing with the sunflower.
And I'm going to say, I mean, we all know that it's easiest and it's best to plant in the fall. But we just had our, not just, but when we put in our backyard 16 years ago, it was planted on July the 4th. And
Ooh,
we hardly lost any plants. We had a drip irrigation system in and we used it for the first few years till the plants were established. So I just want to say if people are like eager to go right now, um, and you feel that you could keep a plant, watered during the summer, that's the trick. You have to tend it more if you're planting now, but things like coyote mint, ceanothus, um, I don't know about deerweed. I've never grown deerweed, but I wouldn't hesitate to put, aster starts in the ground right now if I felt buckwheat, if I was willing to tend them in the summer, if people are interested in, getting going now.
we did just put a bunch of plants in the ground at the Randall Museum because they March is when they told me that they had their irrigation working in this one area. And I was like, great, I'll plant in November. And they were like, what? I'm like, okay. So we got a bunch of donated plants. Thank you actually for reminding me. The California Native Plant Society Yerba Buena chapter. So that's San Francisco down to Highway 92. Don't ask me why that's our region. We give away free plants to schools, community gardens, and public green spaces. And Santa Clara Valley, Jennifer, you guys give away seeds. You've got a wildflower show April 26th. And there are some people in Marin that give free plants to schools. There's a guy in the East Bay that gives free plants to schools. So I don't usually plant now. Um, and we put in some aster starts and mugwort. And again, these were free plants that someone had dug out of their garden. Because if you have an established garden, we will give those away, as will a number of other people. So we gave away plants that people had dug out of their garden. Bee plant mugwort, which is an Artemisia douglasiana it's oak woodland understory, so it can take some shade, even though it's a full sun space. It's free. And some aster starts. And I put in some pipevine because the Randall wants to have enough pipevine to raise the pipevine caterpillars. They're not federally endangered, so we can raise them, but they need enough pipevine to do that. So I clipped some pipevine from my garden and put that in, and we'll just see if we can keep that watered and keep those plants alive through the fall.
It's not a question I think about where to get plants, and I'm going to say that there's a list of nurseries on the, it's called Find a Nursery on the Bringing Back the Native Garden Tours website. So you can link over to any of those nurseries, and I think they all have their inventories online, and you can see what's in stock. Somebody asked if red yarrow had any value. Do you know, like, if we, of course, I think we should be really planting with the creamy native yarrow that's belongs here, but do you know about the red yarrow and whether or not it's equally as valuable to insects?
So our parks department has planted all kinds of things, including red yarrow and yellow yarrow. The yellow one is called Moonlight. I don't understand. In addition to the white one. So I see many more insects on the white one. I can only call them seriously adorable boy bumblebees sleeping on the yellow yarrow. So I'm okay with the yellow one. I have yet to see an insect use the red or the pink. But just because I haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. So other people should chime in on the chat if you've seen bees on the red or the pink yarrow. If you could let us know. I've definitely seen them on the yellow.
I was curious about the edible natives that you had, and can you tell me how would one eat the hollyleaf cherry and the yampa? Were both especially intriguing to me.
Delicious. So the hollyleaf cherry, where are we? There we are. The fruit is edible. And I'm really hoping to get some this year. We have my side of San Francisco got burned in the 1906 earthquake and fire. So everything has been added by a human, a bird, or the wind. And somebody planted a hollyleaf cherry in an absurdly shady clay spot of a school, but it looks like it's 30 feet high. And it blooms, it's got fruit. I have yet to be able to get any fruit before the birds get it, but I'm hoping this is the year. And then Francisco Park is a new native plant park that got installed in 2020. And they put in 5-gallon hollyleaf cherries, and those were blooming and fruiting last year, and I just didn't get there when the fruit was there. But I have been told by another edible native plant person that hollyleaf cherry fruit is delicious. It's got a big pit to sort of thin fruit and skin, but I want to try it anyway. And then the other one you had a question about was the yampa.
Yampa.
That is the root and the seed. And I haven't, I have tasted, yeah, I have tasted the seed. So, and then mine died. Anyway, did I mention I'm not a good gardener? The seeds taste kind of like they're in the licorice family, but not exactly anise. Or what's the other one that tastes, or fennel? It doesn't, but it's clearly a relative of anise and fennel. And so if you love those flavors, grow yampa. Because if you eat the root, it's like you can eat the Mariposa lily if you cook the bulb, but then you don't get the flower. So have I used that as an excuse to put that in my garden anyway? And it's earthquake food. It's not. It's really just for me and the bees, as it turns out. But there are some things you could eat if you did. So yeah, yampa, eat those seeds, and hollyleaf cherry, the fruit, delicious.
So I want to ask, maybe I should ask you later on, but would it be possible to get like some of your charts that you have? This presentation was just fascinating to be able to put up on the Bringing Back the Native Garden Tours website in a B section I could build.
Sure. I mean, I think we have an NPO. So thank you, Kathy, for created the native plant resource teams. And so a lot of my information is on that. Yeah. So the only issue with this, sharing this as is that it's got almost all my charts from other presentations later in it. So I mean, I uploaded it to the Google Drive that you created for me, and you're welcome to just share that as is. You can take all the rest of those charts off. It is going to be a while before I have a chance to reduce the number of extra charts. But yeah, it's absolutely shareable. And
Okay.
I very much appreciate every person who took pictures because, yeah, I can't take pictures of wildlife.
Well, I just want to say that was so interesting. I feel really motivated. I'm excited that I have many of your recommended plants in my garden. I was just like ticking them off, like, oh, I've got those. Like, oh no, I don't have sun cups, um, but at any rate, it was exciting. I want to thank you so much for spending the time with us. And if you like, Susan, you could hop in the chat and see if there's any questions that you would like to answer. And this presentation, like all the others, will be recorded and put on the tour's YouTube channel. You can subscribe to be notified when videos are uploaded. I know that I want to look at it again. Susan, thank you so much.
Oh my gosh, thank you. Thank you for
Okay, have a nice day.
Bye.
So, okay. Susan, if you could unshare.
I thought I did.
Okay, maybe you did. I'm just going to try
Yep,
again.
she unshared.
Okay, then it's just me. Oh, I know what it is. Here it is. There we go. All right, last call. So if you can help support the tour, that would be great. We have $1,000 matching grant from an anonymous donor, and the information is on the slide if you can help us out. The Native Hair Nursery is an all-volunteer project of the California Native Plant Society's East Bay chapter, which has been a long-time tour sponsor. Native Hair is a volunteer-run, nonprofit nursery dedicated to growing locally native plants that are sourced from ethically collected seeds and cuttings from Alameda and Contra Costa counties. The Native Hair Nursery is located in Tilden Park, not far from the Tilden Botanic Garden. And as you've heard, local native plants provide the best habitat for our local wildlife, and especially the local bees and butterflies. Native Hair typically has over 100 species of local native plants in stock, varying seasonally. The nursery grows many popular garden plants, as well as some that are rare, endangered, or threatened, and found only in microregions in Alameda and Contra Costa counties. Their plants are organized into geographic localities based on where in the East Bay the seeds and cuttings were collected. Native Hair Nursery is open year-round every Saturday from 10 to 2 for in-person shopping. You can visit Native Hair online at nativehairnursery.org for information about locally native plants, to check the current inventory, to place an order for pickup on Saturdays, or to learn about volunteer opportunities. You can call Native Hair at 510-549-0211 or email them at nativehair@ebcnps.org with questions. So I'm going to go now to our last presentation of the day. And Erin, are you with us?
Hi, Kathy. Yes, I'm here.
All right, so I'd like to introduce you to my friend and colleague, Erin Deem. She's a strong advocate for native plants and bird-safe glass. Today, Erin will be talking about bird glass collisions, and she'll show us how to install the feather-friendly window markers that will prevent them. So what could be worse than creating an inviting garden in which birds can nest and raise their chicks, only to have them die by crashing into your windows? Most people don't know that over 1 billion birds in North America die in bird glass collisions every year. Almost half of these collisions occur on low-rise buildings like single-family homes. Most of the time, we don't even know when a collision happens because maybe we're not at home or we're in the other room. Actually, someone that I know told me that when she was cleaning out her fern bed, she found a bunch of mummified bird corpses like down there that she didn't even know that had happened. Sadly, even if they can fly off, most birds that hit glass die. So Erin and I know how to have fun. Recently, we threw an anti-bird/glass collision feather-friendly window marker installation party at my house, and we and our guests put these markers on my own windows. We had screens up, I have to say, but I wanted to try the feather-friendly markers, and I have to say, I love them. In the right photo, we're standing in my kitchen looking out toward the backyard. That's a ceanothus in flower off there on the left. And I love that I get more light than I did through my screen, and it's clear. Like if I'm looking at a bird, I can really tell that it's a Townsend's warbler. And on the left, we're looking at the the markers from the outside, and they look different, both from the inside and outside, depending on how the light is. Feather Friendly is offering a 10% discount to people who purchase Feather Friendly window markers with the discount that they have offered through the tour. I sent the code out in the email that went out yesterday morning and the day before that has the evaluation and the Zoom links in it. Finally, if you would like to see Feather Friendly or other kind of effective bird safe markers, you can visit Erin's Berkeley Garden on this year's Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour on Saturday, May the 3rd. Erin and her husband installed a variety of bird safe treatments on their home windows, and they also built a set of demonstration windows, and they hung them on their porch, and you can go up there so you can see how the markers look from both the inside and the outside. And here on the left, you can see a custom screen that they made. On the lower left are the Acopian blinds, the kind of the rope that hangs down. On the right is a pattern that Erin traced and put on the window with a marker. And we're looking at that window from both the inside and out. And in the middle are the kind of markers that Erin will be showing you how to install today. So with that, Erin, let me turn it over to you.
Great. Okay, very good. Let me do one more thing here. Okay, I can't see anybody. I kind of hit it. So if Kathy, say something if I need something's not working out because I can't see the faces.
It looks good. It looks good right in here to me. We'll let you know if it's not.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Kathy, for the introduction and including me in this year's tour. It really is an honor. My talk today is making windows safe for birds, why it's important, and how to apply feather-friendly markers. So a little bit of background is that about 10 years ago, my husband and I started to convert our yard to native plants, and a main goal was to support insects. But with time, more and more birds appeared, and of course, that's because they were coming to eat the insects. In fact, hang on a second. The photos here were all taken of birds in our backyard. But then one day we heard kind of a sickening thunk, and I don't know if you guys have ever heard that thunk, but we realized a bird had flown into the big picture window in our kitchen that looks out onto the garden. So we rushed outside, and against all odds, we actually found the stunned bird on the ground. It was hiding in our little buckwheat patch, and it was a sweet little warbler. Maybe it was on its migration north, and to be honest, I was really heartbroken. We put it in a box and we took it to the wildlife rescue, but thankfully the bird survived and they did release it. We were really relieved, but we kind of knew there was a problem. And then a week or two later, I couldn't believe it, another thunk on that very same window, and it was another songbird. We were just sick. So we were able to take it to the rescue center. I don't think that's often the case. And luckily, because it did receive care, it survived. But when we got home, we knew we had to do something, and we started looking for solutions. And soon after, we had applied a treatment to the offending window. And over time, we applied different kinds of treatments to every window on our home. And I have to tell you, truly, we love each of them. And one reason is we can now relax, and we know that the birds are protected. So when we think about our native plant garden, we actually think that one of our goals is to support wildlife with the native plants and protect birds with the bird safe treatments. Here is the agenda for my talk today. First, I'll give an overview of the problem, then review some of the guidelines for solutions, and finally, I'll walk you through how we applied feather-friendly markers to one of our windows. But I do want to start with kind of some big picture information, and I want to go back 6 years to 2019, and a groundbreaking study was released. It documented that birds are in decline. And in fact, since the 1970s, there's been a net loss of almost 3 billion birds. And to put that into perspective, in the 70s, there were 10 billion breeding birds, and there are now about 7 billion. More recently, some of you may have seen this, but the annual state of the birds was released. And it found that most groups of birds continue to decline. Waterfowl, that's been a bright spot because we're doing a pretty good job of wetlands conservation, but for all the other birds, the trends are downward. So what we need to do is understand why and what we can do. Well, the Cornell Lab of Ornithology has outlined 7 simple actions that we can take right now to help birds. We've heard many excellent talks about how to use native plants, it's marked here, and now we'll review how to make windows safer. We know there are many factors contributing to bird declines, like habitat loss and climate change. So why would we talk about windows? Well, as Kathy mentioned, that's because bird glass collisions are responsible for up to 1 billion birds each year in the United States alone. And as new homes and businesses continue to be built, there will be more glass that threaten the birds. But there are things we can do now to help. And now is an especially good time because, as many of you are aware, spring migration has begun. And billions of birds who spent the winter in Central or South America are starting their long and incredible journey north, back to their breeding grounds, as far north as Canada and Alaska. And we are in the blue Pacific Flyway, or for those of you who are here on the West Coast. Now, remember that most birds migrate at night. A lot of people don't know that. And so during the daytime, they come down to rest and refuel. And if they've been disoriented at night by light pollution from cities, they may actually come down into our urban areas where they'll face many threats, including window glass. So what does this all mean? Well, in my view, now is the time to act. So this is showing our power and love for birds. Where do most collisions happen? Many think that skyscrapers are the biggest problem, but data show they contribute to less than 1% of the fatalities. Mid-rise buildings, that's 4 to 11 stories, account for about 56%. And while this does surprise a lot of people, and Kathy mentioned this, 44% of the collisions, that's almost half, actually happen at buildings that are only 1 to 3 floors high. So that's businesses and like our homes. So this begs the question, why do birds collide with glass? Well, there are several factors, but the 2 primary ones are reflection and transparency. With reflections, birds see the reflection of the trees, bushes, or sky. They think they're real and they fly towards the image, which you can see here in the photo on the left, but they crash into the glass instead. And the trees and bushes we're planting around our homes to create habitat are often at the same level as our windows, which could put birds in harm's way. Now, the second reason is transparency on the right. Birds may see through the glass. They wouldn't realize the glass is there and they fly into it. Or they may see vegetation or sky on the other side and try to fly to it. But instead of reaching the trees or plants, they strike the glass. Many people have told me, and this is the last picture of a dead bird, I promise, that they've seen or heard a bird strike on one of their windows and the bird flew away, so it must be fine. But unfortunately, that's not usually the case. More than half of the collisions leave no evidence at all. So there are many more happening than we realize. And what people don't see is what happens afterwards. If the birds can actually hit glass at speeds of 25 or 30 miles an hour, so pretty quick, pretty fast. And they suffer concussions and internal injuries. So if they fall to the ground and stunned, they're vulnerable to predators. And if it does fly off, it very likely will succumb to its injuries later. And if it's a parent, the young likely may not survive. But again, the good news is that these collisions are preventable. So now let's talk about the solutions. And one of the main actions we can take is to make our glass visible to birds. There are many ways to do that. New glass can include screens or incorporate patterns like etching or fritting. And that's the photo on the left, and these windows have been permanently etched with these vertical lines. The photos in the lower right, that's of existing homes, like existing glass, like in our homes. And this glass can be retrofitted with a wide variety of treatments, like screens, paints and pens, cording, tapes, dots, films, and that's just to name a few. Now, one note about ultraviolet or UV treatments is that not all birds see in the UV spectrum, so they won't protect birds like raptors and pigeons. Plus, the UV treatments tend to be more expensive, so I haven't included them among our options here. Here are the guidelines to ensure that visual markers are effective. First, the treatments must be applied to the outside or exterior surface of the window. The markers need to stand out and be no smaller than 1/4 inch. The entire glass surface needs to be covered, and the vertical and horizontal markings should be separated by no more than 2 inches by 2 inches, which protects hummingbirds too. And this is often called the 2x2 rule. However, one of the treatments, the what's called acopian blinds or bird savers, they can have a wider 4-inch vertical spacing and still be effective. Here are some treatments that are common but not effective solutions. On the left are decals. These are very popular. A lot of times they get applied to the interior side, which can make them virtually ineffective most of the time. But even if they are applied to the exterior side, they're often not effective because they're spaced too far apart. They don't follow the 2x2 rule. And then on the right side, we see this illustrates an interior treatment, which is blinds or shades. So they've been closed, but they don't. This often doesn't work because the reflection actually prevents the bird from seeing them. So I don't know if you all can actually see this. Can you see that the blinds are closed? Now that we understand the problem and the solutions, I'll share with you how we applied feather-friendly markers to a window on our home. And I tell you, it was super easy, and I am sure that you all can do it too. So this is the back of our house. It faces west towards the native plant garden that attracts a lot of birds. When the sun sets, the reflections off the glass are really strong, which makes these windows especially dangerous. Now, the window on the lower right is the one I'll apply the feather-friendly markers to. As you can see here, the window is 26 inches wide and 42 inches tall, so it's about 8 square feet. It's not too big, which is really great, and it's also on the ground level. So this is a really good window to start with, not too large and easy to get to. Here's an unboxing of the markers that you can get from Feather Friendly. And these were generously donated by Feather Friendly. Thank you, Feather Friendly. The markers are intended for small-scale DIY projects like our homes. One roll costs $18.99, and it covers 16 square feet. So almost 2 of the windows that we're going to cover. The box contains instructions, this is on the right, 2 white paper measuring tapes, an orange squeegee, a green sticker, and then the roll of markers. And remember that our goal is to create a 2 by 2 inch matrix of markers. That's what you see in the lower left. So the first step is to clean the window. Pretty simple. Here are the supplies I used: a bucket and dish soap and rubbing alcohol, towels, and a few more things to wash the window. And then for the markers, we've got the box of feather-friendly markers, some blue painter's tape, and scissors. That's all you need. So the first step, again, is to clean the window. And I just used a garden hose to rinse the window first, and then I filled a bucket about 1/4 full and added 5 to 6 drops of dish soap. And then wiped down the window with a sponge. It was dipped in the diluted soapy water that's in the upper right. And then this window actually had not been cleaned for almost 15 years, so it needed a little bit more work. And so I got a soft dish brush and did some gentle scrubbing there. After that, I rinsed it with the hose, and then I used a squeegee to remove the excess water. Now, the next step is to wipe down the glass with rubbing alcohol. And a 50-50 solution is recommended. You can see I'm measuring out here my 4-cup Pyrex. And they say a Feather Friendly says to avoid products that contain silicone like Windex. So I used a lint-free dishcloth to apply the alcohol solution, and I say it really did. It dried almost immediately, leaving the glass squeaky clean and ready. So in my opinion, this next step is actually the most important step, and one where you should really take your time. And that is actually figuring out the side to side or the horizontal placement of the markers. And one of the reasons why this is so important is because, well, first you want them centered in the window as best as you can get them, but also the roll of markers is actually stretchy. The tape can be stretchy. So take your time at this initial step. And we now have a favorite approach. We've tried it different ways, but this is now our favorite way. We use Post-it notes to figure out how wide the margins should be. And we start by cutting several Post-its in half, and that makes them 1.5 inches wide. And to begin, we put 2 across the top, and then 1 on the left side and 1 on the right side. And this is a photo of just the left side. Then you just take the tape here. It can be kind of tricky to get the end up, but you just unwind the roll of markers to the approximate width of the window. You can cut it if you like. And then this is the next step. Again, we're just trying to get the placement on the window. We're not sticking it to the window yet. So you're holding the tape away from the glass. The sticky side is towards the glass. And you align the left edge of the leftmost dot with the inner side of the yellow Post-it note. I think you can probably see that you've got that little white square and it's aligned with the yellow Post-it. And again, you're holding it away from the glass. Then you've got your tape stretched out. Again, with the sticky side, you're keeping the sticky side away from the glass. It's facing the glass, but it's held away from it. And you stretch the markers across. And you look to see how well do the edges of the markers align with the edges of the Post-it notes. And if you may actually need to adjust the width of the Post-it notes to make them narrower or wider. But to have them be the same width on both sides of the windows. I have to be honest, we got really lucky with this window that the 1.5 inch wide Post-it notes worked perfectly. And at the top and the bottom of the window, we actually keep the Post-its at 1.5 inch. But at this point, you've kind of determined how wide the side Post-it notes need to be, and then you cut, I don't know, like 4 or 6 more of them. And you apply those to the left and right sides, and then you also put your 1.5 Post-its on the top, 2 of them on the top and bottom. That's a lot of words. Okay, so the next step is placing the 2 paper measuring tapes, one on the left side and one on the right. And here's the first one on the left side. Now, keep in mind that the first row of feather-friendly dots should be within 2 inches of the top of the glass. So we decided to put the row a little closer at just 1.5 inches from the top. So as you can see here in the photo, we folded down the top of the measuring tape by 1/2 inch. So you can see that the 1/2 inch is at the very top there. So next is to affix the measuring tape to the window. We used painter's tape, and we used the edges of the Post-it notes as a guide. We align the outer edge of the white measuring tape with the edge of the Post-it note. I think you can see that in the left photograph. And then we just apply blue painter's tape directly to the glass or the window frame. And then we do the same thing on the right-hand side. We find that, this is one of our little tips, because we've tried this all different ways, but we find that taping the measuring tape, the white measuring tape, directly to the glass makes it easier to ensure this consistent alignment of the dots side to side, which then makes them line up vertically. So now that the 2 measuring tapes are in place, we apply the first row of markers to the glass. Align the top, now look in the lower left photograph. We align the top of the feather-friendly tape with the 2 inch mark on the measuring tape. And at the same time, the left edge of the marker with the inside edge of the measuring tape, which you've kind of done this before. And you press it down. Now it's affixed to, that dot's affixed to the window. And then you, again, stretch your tape out and you align the rightmost dot with the edge of the measuring tape, and you still are holding it away from the glass. You haven't affixed it to the window yet. So you're holding it out away from the glass, and then what you do is you take your hand and you just run it across the tape. We can go kind of slowly if you want. And if you're left-handed, you might go right to left. But this is the way that you actually do the initial application to the glass. And now the first row of markers has been applied. Hooray. And I tell you, it only gets easier from here. This is the most part the part where you should take the most time. Now remember, we're building a 2x2 matrix of dots. So for the second row, we align the top of the markers with the 4 inch mark. You can see it here in the photograph. You can see the first 2 rows, actually, the 2 and the 4 inch marks on the measuring tape. Again, you just do another repeat. You stretch the tape across, you hold the top of the tape with the 4 inch mark now, and then you align the right side of the right end marker with the edge of that Post-it note or the measuring tape. You hold it in place, you tap down the left dot, and then you just run your finger from left to right. And now the second row is attached. We've got 2 rows down, and you honestly, you really can get into a groove at this point. For each row of markers, you align the outer edge of the marker with the measuring tape, and you separate the rows by 2 inches. So here you can see the top of the markers are at the 2, 4, 6, and 8-inch marks on the measuring tape. Now let's make the adhesive markers stick really well to the glass. And we use the provided squeegee for this. Ours here is orange. Then Feather Friendly supplied this, but if you lose it, don't worry, you can actually use a credit card or something similar. So you take the orange squeegee and you just press down, you move it from left to right or right to left over each row, and you repeat a couple of times. So now the tape is actually really nicely affixed to the glass, the dots are. And now it's time to remove the carrier tape. Now, if the temperature is close to 50 degrees, you want to wait 20 minutes before peeling. Otherwise, you should be able to do it soon after you do the squeegee. Take the end and pull down at a 45-degree angle. And pulling like this at that angle helps ensure that the dots stay on the window. But if one fails to stick and it comes off with the carrier tape, don't worry, it's easy. You can just cut a new one and apply it later. Here I am continuing to peel off the carrier tape, but I am demonstrating bad form. And I have to admit, a dot came off and I had to replace it. So do try, and my husband got the photograph of me doing the bad form. So do try to actually peel it at the 45-degree angle, and it's more likely all the dots will stay on. I applied several rows at a time, ran the orange squeegee across, and then removed several rows of the carrier tape. Here you can see we've got 7 rows applied. A few more getting done. We're getting close to the bottom. And now we are all done. So the dots turned out really well. They're centered and the markers are vertically aligned. That's one of the big pieces. I went slowly and methodically, and it took me about 2.5 hours from start to finish. Now the final step obviously is just to remove the Post-its and the measuring tape and anything else that's stuck to the window. But I have to say, we absolutely love our feather-friendly bird-safe markers. And you know what? I actually think the birds love them too. The birds are now protected and safe from window collisions. So what are you waiting for? Go out there and get your markers and put them on the window. Here are a few tips and tricks. You should install the markers within 2 months of purchase. Because of the adhesive on the back will still perform the best. They do say that it should be at least 50 degrees or warmer in order to install them. Now, obviously, ground floor windows are easier, and if you need to get on a ladder, that's going to be a little bit more challenging, and you would definitely want to do that in pairs. And you may want to start with windows where you've heard a thunk, and then to treat 1 or 2 windows and then go from there. When you're actually applying the markers, don't rush, take your time, and really make time to set up the left and right guides. If a marker comes off, don't worry, just replace it with a new one. And then looking ahead, the markers, these feather-friendly markers are guaranteed for 8 years. If you need to clean the window, they suggest using mild liquid detergent and a soft cloth, nothing harsh like they have here. And then if, let's say you're a renter and you have to remove the markers, it's very easy. They have instructions on the Feather Friendly webpage. You just use soapy water and a scraper, and I put a QR code here to that page. Now, for more information, here are pointers to a few YouTube videos that demonstrate applying these very same Feather Friendly dots. And at the beginning of my talk, Kathy mentioned us having a party at her house, showed a few pictures. So here we are applying markers to her kitchen window. And I'll say this is a different kind of feather-friendly product and also donated. It's called Melody, and it comes in 6-inch sheets. And each sheet has 5 rows of dots. You can probably see that. Prior to installing, we watched the YouTube video recommended by Feather Friendly, and I got the QR code here. And honestly, it was super helpful. And in this photo, I'm separating the backing from the sticky carrier tape. And this is Janet. She's showing off her skills. She did a great job. Now, I've got circled here, feather friendly includes these special guides that make it really easy to line up each sheet of dots. It made it really easy and fast. And last thing is you might notice it took just 3 rows of these sheets to cover the windows. So we saw this earlier. Here is Kathy's window, and the dots look great. And I want to call it again, the reflection of Kathy's gorgeous native plant garden is at the top of the window, and it can be very deceptive to birds. Without the markers, and Kathy had shared that she had had screens here before, so it was still safe in the past. But had she taken the screens off and just left the glass without the markers, the birds might be tricked into thinking the images were real and fly into the glass. But now with the 2x2 matrix, the birds are protected. Now there's actually some ordinances that cities are starting to enact, and businesses are also starting to realize the dangers of glass. So here are treatments from buildings in Microsoft and Google. Maybe they've got the horizontal lines at Microsoft or dots at Google. And recently there was some really good news. Some of you may have heard about McCormick Place in Chicago on the banks of Lake Michigan. And it's been a serious threat to migratory birds for a long time. And last year there was a really tragic event. A lot of birds, migrating birds, flew into the glass and died. But the good news is that the building owners took action and they applied the feather-friendly markers to the windows and are now reporting that collisions are down 95%. So for this talk, I focused on feather-friendly products, but there are other brands and approaches. And here's a list of the kinds we've applied to the windows on our home. And to learn more, you can see photos of our treated windows. You can just see the video from my talk at last year's tour, and the QR code is here on the right, or you can find it on Kathy's Bringing Back the Natives webpage. Finally, we know cost is a consideration. So here's a table that shows how much treatments cost from the least expensive to the most, going from the top to bottom. And we include the cost per square foot, and also for a 3x4 window, the cost ranges from $5 to $83. And you can see that the single roll of feather-friendly markers are definitely economical. They're easy to use, just $18.99 a roll, and that translates to about $14 for a 3x4 window. So I've said this before, but just a reminder that every window in the home really is a threat, even if we haven't heard a thunk. But you may just want to start with a couple of them, the ones that you know to be a problem or suspect to be a problem. So with that, I am done. And I just want to say thank you so much, everybody, for listening. I hope that you feel empowered to go out there and put some markers and dots on your windows to protect the birds. And please, if you can, feel free to stop by our home and see our demonstration windows and other treated windows on the tour on the first Saturday in May. That's it.
All right, Erin, thank you so much. That was terrific.
Thank you.
So there were some questions. Let's see. Well, one was, why did I remove the screens? Somebody asked. And with my husband, can I share? I want to show a picture here.
Yep, you've got it.
Do I have it? Let's see. Which one is mine, Mike? This one or this one?
Yep.
This one. Okay. So, oh no. Gosh, where is it? All right, I don't have it. I thought I had a picture, maybe it was in yesterday's, but when we remodeled, my husband and I, we had heard 3 birds. We found 3 dead birds outside of our windows in the 6 months prior to remodeling, which was horrible. And we were going to be putting in more windows. And I was determined that we were not going to have more bird glass collisions because we had, done the remodeling job. So we specifically ordered double hung windows because you can put screens on the outside. Like in casement windows, you can't put screens on the outside because the window opens out. But for double hung, you can. So all the windows that we could, we ordered double hung like these in the kitchen. And we put screens on all of them. And then we have a big picture window in our living room that has been here forever. And for that, we got kaleidoscope screening. So you just, when the scaffolding was up, because it's on the 2nd floor, we just adhere it with water. You just apply it with water. And the screening stopped. It totally stopped our bird glass collisions. But when Feather Friendly donated these window markers, so I'm distributing them to hosts this year to put on a couple windows in their home so that as people go around and look at the gardens, they can also see these window markers. I wanted to try the Feather Friendly markers on our own kitchen windows. And I have to say, I really love them. I love them because it lets more light in than a screen did. Like I was perfectly happy with our screens. Would rather have a screen up than to have birds colliding with the glass. But I really love that more light comes in through the Feather Friendly markers. And also that because there's not a screen, like when I look outside, I can really tell like, oh, I don't have to wonder, is that a Townsend's warbler? I can see it's a Townsend's warbler because I'm looking just through the glass and I can see it. So that's why we took our screens off. And I wanted to say that we found the 6-inch strips to be really fast to apply. I mean, relatively speaking, don't you think, Erin?
Yes, that was amazing.
Yeah, they were quick. But the deal is that that melody pattern, which is what I have here on this window, it's called a DIY mid-size or something.
Yeah, mid-level pro.
Mid-level pro.
I think, yeah, we made the cut.
And it comes in a roll that's 220 feet, which may be more than you need. So you might want to see if you can split it with a neighbor. You could just unspool the whole roll and cut it in half and split it with somebody else. It's less expensive to buy it in bulk like that, and it was really fast to put on. Let's see. I can't see the chat right now. I don't know why. Oh, there it is. So Erin, I was surprised that like in my window, the dots are offset. They make a triangle like this, but yours, you lined up your dots
Yeah,
vertically. Why did you not offset them?
I think it might have been too difficult. You can do either pattern. And one thing I noticed with these, even with the feather friendly ones that were the 6-inch wide sheets, sometimes they have them vertically and horizontally aligned, and then sometimes they're offset. So I think that both patterns are will protect, and it's kind of a matter of aesthetics. I think when I did it on our back window, it's just easier to have everything aligned. I think if
Yep.
I had to kind of do half and half, I don't trust myself with the individual row of dots. I think it probably wouldn't have looked very good.
Yep. All right. So Amanda asked, have you ever tried using a stencil and painting the dots on the glass? And one could paint the dots on the glass. Erin painted that nice like plant stencil on the glass.
I'll show that real quick. And Amanda too. The answer is definitely yes. And I have even seen people who are starting to do. Okay, so this is the stencil I used. I got this is from last year, where they actually have this Burlington, Vermont actually had a whole program around it and they had step by step. But I've also seen people, you could just do the dots. I've seen people do spider webs where they've kind of come out from the corner and then like had decorations. So yeah, I think the limit is your imagination. But the key would be that you need the dots to be at least like a 1/4 inch across so that they're large enough for the birds to see, and then also that they're spaced closely enough.
Okay, so I think I'm going to go on to the tail end here. Let me see. All right. So last call. Hope you can support the tour. Trying to meet that challenge grant still. The in-person tour is Saturday and Sunday, May 3rd and 4th. If you're registered for this event, you'll just be receiving the maps and addresses about the 20th of April or so. And it has been great having all of you with us today. I'm going to thank our sponsors one last time. I want to thank all of you for sticking with us for the last couple of days. I hope you enjoyed this event and that we see you on the tour. All right. Thank you very much.
Is it all right if I close down the public chat?
Yes, I was just wondering how to do that.
Wonderful. I got you covered. All right.
Jessica, I want to say
And then on the upper right-hand corner of your screen, Mike, if you want to press the YouTube section, and then that will